To go?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We're ready.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to today's hearing of the Yoorrook Justice Commission. We are continuing our Land and Justice hearing block 6, and I would like to ask Commissioner Hunter to do the welcome to country, please.
So I'd like to start by acknowledging my elders and my ancestors, all those that come before us to give us voice here today. And since we're talking about environment, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Whittle-Whittlebik, which is Sky Country. I think we really need the truth, because when country's unwell, so are we as people, and how we care for and look after country, particularly the country that we live and work on, is really important. I'd like to acknowledge also those watching First Peoples. Also, if people find this distressing, there are on our website some social emotional wellbeing tools that you can use. But on behalf of my people, Wominjeka, come with purpose, and welcome to the lands of the Wurundjeri.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunter. Council, may we have appearances, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sarala Fitzgerald. I appear as Council Assisting, and I'm assisted by Sarah Weinberg. I'd like to acknowledge that we are doing important business today on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung. I pay my respect to the old people of all the tribes of Victoria who carry the stories of this land.
Commissioners, my name is Richard Knowles, and I appear today with Ms. Gemma Caffarelli for the State of Victoria in respect of evidence to be given by the Minister for Environment, Mr. Steve Dimopoulos, this morning. On behalf of the State of Victoria, I'd like to thank Commissioner Hunter for her welcome to country this morning. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which these important hearings are taking place, the Wurundjeri peoples of the Kulin Nation. Pay my respects to their elders past and present. I acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded over this land, and I also pay my respects to other First Peoples here today and watching online.
If the Commission pleases, I'll now call today's first witness, the Honourable Steve Dimopoulos, MP, Minister for Environment.
Thank you, Council. Welcome, Minister.
Minister Dimopoulos, would you tell the Commissioners your full name? And you hold the position of Environment Minister for the State of Victoria. Is the evidence you're about to give to this Commission the truth to the best of your knowledge? And you've prepared a witness statement dated the 8th of March 2024. Are the contents of that statement true and correct? Chair, somewhat unusually, I will tender that witness statement now, so it is publicly available immediately. I understand, Minister, that you have an opening statement that you wish to make to the Commission.
Apologies. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Commissioners. I'd like to begin by acknowledging traditional owners of the land upon which this important work is being undertaken, the land of the Wurundjeri people, and pay my respect to their elders past and present. And I want to thank Commissioner Hunter for the welcome. I want to acknowledge the elders in this room, their leadership, their courage and their knowledge. I want to acknowledge the courage and determination of all First Peoples who have been heard by the Commission. It takes extraordinary generosity of spirit to come to a public forum and share intensely personal and profoundly lived experience, intellect, hope and aspiration. I watched Auntie Jill Gallagher's testimony and was deeply moved by her generosity, her leadership, her invitation to us all to recognise the gravity of the devastation of the past, to address it and to create a new future together. I couldn't think of a better marker of success of the work being done than of First Nations children and non-First Nations children going overseas talking proudly of their ancient culture right here on these lands. I was really taken by the promise of that vision painted by Auntie Jill. I was really moved by her reference to growing up learning about the ancient Greeks, but not learning about an even more ancient civilization, the one on her lands, her civilization. I was taken by that because I have Greek heritage, and I feel grateful to have been born into such a heritage. I feel a sense of belonging and a place in being an Australian of Greek ancestry. I would feel a greater sense of belonging and purpose if we as a nation truly embraced the gift, as Auntie Jill called it, the gift of the oldest continuing civilization. If we all cherished it and nurtured it and learned from it. I've been struck by the generosity of First Peoples both as witnesses to the Commission and elsewhere in extending the invitation to non-First Peoples to be part of this future. Given all the trauma of the past and the continuing trauma they face, it is truly a generous invitation. I've been in the environment portfolio for around 6 months, and in that time in the portfolio and in preparing for the Yoorrook Justice Commission, I've learned so much more about not only the historic dispossession of First Peoples of their lands, but also the continuing impact of that on First Peoples. I've gained a deeper understanding of how important connection to country is for traditional owners. I've also learned how existing legislative frameworks continue to impact and impede self-determination. While the Commission will in due course publish a report on its deliberations, I'm already driven as a Minister for Environment to find as many opportunities for First Peoples-led management of public lands that I can now. These hearings mark a crucial step forward in addressing land injustice, a commitment to hearing the truth about them, understanding the full extent of the impact of them, and most importantly, charting a path towards genuine healing. The Yoorrook Justice Commission's work is vital. It is not just about acknowledging past wrongs, but about understanding and addressing the persistent inequalities that exist as a direct consequence of that history. I'm committed to listening, learning, and acting. The Commission's findings will inform the government's actions to ensure that meaningful steps are taken to right the wrongs of the past. Thank you so much for permitting me to have this opening statement.
Minister, there are some acknowledgements, some powerful acknowledgements in your statement that I would like to begin by asking you to read. If I could take you to beginning with paragraph 13 of your statement. To read paragraph 13, the first sentence of paragraph 14 and paragraphs 15 and 16.
Yes. I understand that the proclamation of Crown sovereignty in Victoria set in train events that altered the course of First Peoples' lived lives in profound ways, and that despite the assurances of the law of the time that it protected First Peoples and colonists alike, the reality for First Peoples was in stark contrast to these assurances. In relation to my portfolio, I acknowledge that the proclamation of Crown ownership and the allied right of the Crown to sell, manage and make decisions about Crown lands, or what was described upon colonisation as wastelands, formed the foundation of successive Crown and public land legislation and policies, and that they continue to form the foundation of current public land management and administration to this day. Understand and acknowledge that the legal framework that enabled land to be taken from First Peoples and then sold, leased or licensed and reserved for purposes determined by the government also excluded First Peoples from the economic benefits of Victoria's land, waters and other natural resources. I acknowledge that the dispossession of country and culture has been identified by successive inquiries and commissions as a matter at the heart of the myriad injustices which are still being suffered by First Peoples in Victoria. I recognise that the true nature of the dispossession of land in Victoria and the legal and policy frameworks that enabled it and that enabled the sale of land and other dealings in it by the state have not been fully acknowledged or addressed by the state to date. The existence of ongoing systemic injustice in relation to land has also not been fully addressed. I am mindful of the significance of the opportunity to acknowledge and address these matters.
Thank you, Minister. Moving now, Minister, to self-determination in the context of the portfolio that you hold in the environment portfolio. The Victorian Aboriginal Affairs Framework sets out the self-determination continuum, which shows the transition from informing traditional owners about state action on one end of the spectrum to transferring decision-making and resource control to traditional owners. What evidence can you give of whether there has been any substantive transfer of decision-making power or control to traditional owners in the environment portfolio?
Council, I think there are a range of examples that come in different parts of Victoria and with both recognised groups and non-recognised groups. They stem from a range of work, and they have, I would describe them as two characteristics at least. One is governance, allowing and enabling traditional owners to be managing their own lands, and also funding to enable that. They sit within a context of the DECA's, the department's framework, Pupunyali Manmanepu, which is owning our future, and that sits within the context of the Victorian Aboriginal Affairs framework that you described. I'm happy to list some of those examples, but there are many of them. It is nowhere near enough. I absolutely accept that we are effectively trying to retrofit what is and always should have been traditional owner-led management of country within the constraints of a colonial legislative framework. But within those parameters, there's some good work done by a lot of good people, principally traditional owners, but whether it be in the Wombat Forest or whether it be, in Butchbin National Park and other areas. So I'm happy to go into some detail.
The department itself was asked to identify the policy, strategies and commitments supporting First Peoples' rights and interests. And I suspect that I wanted to take you next to some of the barriers that the department identified. And I suspect in doing so, we will also be addressing the policies. And if there's anything that's missed in that response, if I could take you to Annexure B of the department's response. So this is, the request was to identify the policies, strategies and commitments that support First Peoples' rights and interests in and connection to country. Do you have that there with you, Minister?
I'm sorry, Annexure B. Yes, I do.
Excellent. Now, am I right in saying if you look through that document, am I right in saying that?
Sorry, can you identify which document again?
Yes, Annexure B, and it is...
Or the frameworks.
Yes,
yep.
The self-determination framework. Sorry, the title of the document. And am I right in saying that captures the department's policies, strategies, commitments concerning the support that the department provides to First Peoples' interests in and connection to country?
They are the principal documents. There'd be, I imagine, many others at a procedural level for decision makers right through the department, but they're the overarching frameworks.
Now, in that response, the department identifies the barriers that currently exist for full implementation of those self-determination policies. Can you see that in the fourth column?
Yes.
Now, if I can just step through with you, this is the department's own reflection. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
So would you accept that this is a candid, on-the-ground view of the barriers?
I'd accept that's the department's view of the barriers. I think while the department in engaging in truth-telling would be putting forward, I would hope, an unvarnished view, I think traditional owners may share some or not all of that view.
Yes. Now, if we can step through, starting with page 1, I won't take you to every aspect of the barriers, but I'll just draw on some common themes that come up. Now, the first policy that's referred to is the Aboriginal Inclusion Plan, Ngangan Gadaba. Now, if you look in column 4, the unvarnished view provided by the department is that government systems and processes create barriers to self-determination. And that is a theme that you've already reflected on, that it's the government's own systems that still currently create those barriers. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And the need to transition to enabling First Peoples to lead decision-making is still, I suppose, an impediment to full implementation.
I think that's fair.
Moving next to the Aboriginal self-determination reform strategy that you referred to before in your evidence for Bengali, Mana Manapu, owning our future, the impediment column for that strategy refers to overarching barriers, which include the need for sustainable funding reforms and implementation barriers. You accept that that is a current impediment to the full realisation of that strategy?
Yes, Council, and I hear that from traditional owners in my conversations, and when I'm either on country or in the office, that is a consistent theme that comes across.
One of the other barriers to that strategy is referred to as individual values and philosophies. Government budget cycles where funding is sought, but budget cuts determine priorities that may not align with traditional owner corporations' needs. You accept that that is an impediment?
Yeah, I do. I do accept that that's an impediment.
One candid reflection in relation to that strategy at the very end is that often the priorities of traditional owners are in direct contrast to DECA priorities, and that's the department's priorities. Do you accept that sometimes there's simply a direct conflict between priorities?
Yes, and I could think of several examples, including cultural fire burns, for example.
Yes, and we will touch on that a little later. Moving on to the Traditional Owner and Aboriginal Community Engagement Framework, which is referred to on page 3. One of the reflections of the department is that the cultural capability of staff is a barrier. Do you accept that?
I do accept that, and I think there's a power of work gone in by traditional owners to help us become more culturally capable, but there's a long way to go.
Then moving on to page 4, there's a reference to the Aboriginal Cultural Capability Framework. Our culture is in our country and our country is our culture. And the reflection from the department is one of the barriers is resourcing, both financial and staffing, and the second is organisational capacity. Do you accept those current barriers exist for that strategy?
I do.
Again, going down to page 5, pathway towards an Indigenous data sovereignty policy. Resourcing is mentioned as a barrier in that in column 4 for that policy. Do you accept that?
I do.
And in particular, recruitment to existing vacant positions, with 7 of 8 positions vacant as of the 1st of February this year. Do you accept that as an issue?
Yes.
Moving on to the Aboriginal Cultural Safety Framework on page 6. Again, the barriers to implementation have been ongoing resourcing issues and a government restructure. You accept that?
I do.
And then down to page 7, statewide Caring for Country Partnership Forum. At the very end, there is a reference to funding reform, legislative and structural barriers. Do you accept that?
Do.
We then go to the Victorian Traditional Owner Cultural Fire Strategy, which, Minister, you just mentioned. One of the barriers referred to there is that there needs to be significantly more investment in traditional owner corporations so they can build capacity and capability to deliver the cultural fire programs that they want to deliver, and significantly more investment in DECA and the Country Fire Authority enabling systems so that they can enable traditional owners to build capacity. Do you accept that, again, funding is a significant barrier to that strategy being successful?
I do.
And then overleaf on page 8, there is, again, as you've referred to, Minister, from the department's perspective, and of course this is not traditional owners' perspective, but the department itself characterises a barrier as the need for reform in the myriad of legislative and policy barriers that create barriers for traditional owners participating in caring for country. Do you accept that?
Of course.
Then turning to the Victorian Traditional Owner Cultural Landscape Strategy on page 10. One of the barriers is that implementation requires a significantly larger budget than currently available. You accept that?
I do.
And it requires reform in the way public land management plan and manage public land across tenures. And then finally, reform in legislative and policy frameworks that create, again, a myriad of barriers to traditional owners participating to care for country. Do you accept that self-reflection by the department?
Of course. Yep.
And then turning to page 11, the Managing Country Together framework, one of the barriers is referred to as capacity, and it is a lack of capacity from limited budgets. So again, in fact, it's related to funding, that more funding is required for this framework to succeed. Do you accept that?
I do.
And that is the balance of the department's reflections. Noting that we'll have a budget announcement in early May. Firstly, you accept that a large number of those policies, if not all of them, one of the barriers to full implementation is appropriate funding.
Yes.
And in the context that we are about to have a budget announcement, can you tell the commissioners whether any budget submissions were made to include additional funding for these programs?
Thank you. There were budget submissions made. I can't tell you off the top of my head, Council, if it relates to every single aspect of those frameworks, but absolutely there were budget bids made. And I've got to be careful because there's
accepting
internal budget process directly to support traditional owners for the capacity to sit within traditional owners as opposed to necessarily more for DECA.
And I will touch on that later. So is what you're saying funding towards having more of these roles being undertaken by traditional owners and traditional owner corporations than being provided as services by government to those groups?
Both in terms of that, but also just in terms of traditional owners having the capacity to partner in implementing these strategies, but also to hold us to account in the implementation of these strategies.
Commissioners, I was just about to move to a new subject matter area. Given we will be moving around a bit today, I thought I might allow time for questions along the way.
Thank you, Minister. I counted 10 different frameworks and strategies that are in place, none of which seem to be evaluated or monitored or accountable. And as our council has pointed out, are all affected by a lack of resources and a lack of capability. What is the point of these frameworks?
I feel that they're very important as both an actual opportunity to deliver on the ground, and I think many of them have. The funding, I'll touch on that, and then if you don't mind, I'll give you a little bit more detail of the funding. Opportunity to deliver on the ground through effectively changing the public service and changing our operations. Cultural fire landscape strategy is an example. Sorry, the cultural landscape strategy is an example of that. I feel also the point of them is that effectively it binds a government. I understand the council read from the column that talks about obstacles and limitations, but obviously that's not in a vacuum. There's an entire other column which talks about what these frameworks have achieved, and I think in many respects they've achieved some really good things. Nowhere near enough, absolutely accept that. And interestingly, if you look at the funding, again, nowhere near enough compared to the need and the appetite really for traditional owners to take more control of their own lands and more management of their own lands. But there's been an increase in uplifting funding to traditional owner groups, both recognised and not recognised, since the development of the Owning Our Future Upinyali Manapu document. And I can take you through some of those examples in...
I was more thinking about change within the department.
Yeah. So in terms of changing the department, and you touched on evaluation, each one of those has some evaluation. We don't think we're doing enough evaluation, and the department and I am very interested in evaluation. In fact, to be candid, the last 6 months, many of these things have come up for conversation, whether it be in a budget context or in a context where a traditional owner is talking about one of these documents. And I'm consistently asking myself, well, what's the efficacy of them? Because I get anecdotal and true advice by traditional owners, and I get different advice sometimes, depending on what room I'm in and what country I'm on. The department is working on right now, developing at this moment, a general evaluation framework for all our agreements with traditional owners across the board, because there are many. Doing that both in the context of actually holding us to account, but also in the context of the absolute avalanche of impost on traditional owners to be able to meet with us on our terms effectively on all these strategies, even though they're co-written, many of them. Just a lot of work for traditional owners. The other thing is that we've got the Caring for Country Partnership Forums, which are at the highest level. So the secretaries of the department and deputy secretaries meet with traditional owners and held to account. That is a forum where the department has provided funding for an independent secretariat. I think it's about $1.5 million to hold us to account on how we're performing with all the work that we've said we're going to do with traditional owners. But ultimately, Commissioner, I think there is a point to these, but I think we could do a lot better with evaluation, and we could do a lot better in not imposing so much on traditional owners.
Could I just ask you to talk about some things that have been achieved? Because I recall when this was being planned for Nali, I'm speaking of. Could you speak to a couple of things that you think are good direction, or may have been impacted by some unforeseen things aside from funding?
Yep. So some positive examples.
I noticed on the first page you've got completed under the implementation, the fact that it's ongoing, and it was heralded as a big move at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And thank you, Chair. And I might just go to a couple of those. And I think these two things are related, Chair, both that strategic framework and the funding that flows from it, because without that authorising environment within the department, I don't think we would have achieved the same outcome. But DECA's expenditure on First People specific programs and services was $19 million in 2019-20, which is really, I think, fundamentally low. And it's 78 million 3 years later in 22-23. Now, admittedly, admittedly, about half of that rests within traditional owner control, whether it be traditional owner corporation or First People's business, part of a whole range of activities that go on, about $39 million. The rest sits with the department to help work with traditional owners. What we've seen, though, over time is a balance has shifted between the share of the pie going to traditional owners as opposed to the department. So since 1920, TOs have received 43 million funding compared to DECA's 20, and I think that's the way it should continue to evolve, as there's a capacity both within the public service but also within traditional owner groups. And for example, I was meeting with Jara on country at the Wombat State Forest, and they talked about from from that funding, they've developed their own forest care, forest gardening framework. They've again, nowhere near enough, but they have park rangers, First Nations, traditional owner park rangers to do that work in the Wombat State Forest and surrounds. Although, to be honest, they were also saying to me that there is nowhere near enough funding to live out the aspirations of what they have for country and care for country. So there's a range of things that work, but there's a range of opportunities to improve those. Another example, I think, would be at Budgebim, the relationship between Forest Fire Management Victoria and the traditional owners. I think it's fair to say, from what they've told me, is a positive one. And that, I think, also is part of one of these strategic documents in terms of how Forest Fire Management Victoria do their work. So I think there's some good examples about how these documents guide a public service to be more culturally capable, a public service to remember that they're actually everything they do anywhere in Victoria and public lands is actually potentially has a potential for harm. Therefore, they need to be navigated through cultural capability frameworks and procedural frameworks about how they do that work. Chair, I'm not sure if I've given you...
You've given me... Thanks, Sim. Thank you.
Minister, a lot of the barriers are related to resources, which we've touched upon, but also internal. So we a lot of time in Aboriginal affairs, we return to traditional owners not having capacity. Now, the department under your leadership certainly has the resources and the time available to be able to upskill from a capability and a delivery point of view. Can you share with us your expectation on the department to be able to follow through with these frameworks and policies that they've committed to? What's your expectation of that?
Thank you, Commissioner. I expect that this is fundamental core business for the department. It's just as core as firefighting in an emergency situation. That's my expectation. It's not an optional extra. We are public land managers, but on land that is not ours. And I think if you took that approach in any other context, you'd take a lot of care to make sure that the owners of that land were absolutely authorising what work you were doing on that land. So my expectation is that these frameworks, which have largely been developed and co-written with traditional owners, some have been led by traditional owners, like the cultural landscape strategy has been written by traditional owners, that they are lived in practice as well as in principle. My further expectation is that I am afforded the information and the oversight of its performance regularly, so that I don't have to dig for that information or have to go out on country, which is a key. It's part of my job, but the department should be. My expectation is they give me an account of how that's tracking, not from their perspective, but from the traditional owner's perspective.
How often do you receive? Naturally, I suppose you would meet with the department on a regular basis and get briefings. How often do you get briefed actively by the department without you asking on matters related to traditional owner rights and interests?
It's an interesting question. I think it's, if I recollect, most of the discussions, most of the briefings I have with the department, and they're weekly across different divisions, there will invariably be a conversation that relates to traditional owner interests and expectations and rights. I think what might be missing, and it's just as much my issue as the department's in requesting it, so I'm not just blaming the department, is pulling all that together, because council was correct in going through all those frameworks, and they seem a little bit scattered. They're there for good purpose and for good reason. Is what perhaps is missing is an opportunity to have an accountability, a dashboard almost, for those anytime I ask for it. And not because I'm important in any other way other than ensuring the compliance with those frameworks that and the trust we've developed with traditional owners. I think that's probably the thing that I did reference earlier, that the department is developing an evaluation framework for all our agreements, but I want a tool as Minister for performance management, effectively for my own performance, to make sure, because in the end, people make a lot of decisions in my name, as I have historically in this position. The department would have 5,000 or 6,000 people in it, and 4 ministers. In the end, the accountability rests with us. So that will probably be the missing piece, Commissioner.
And in that monitoring evaluation framework that you're developing to oversight all these frameworks, a lot of frameworks, are you involving traditional owner thoughts, needs, aspirations in the development and design of that?
Commissioner, that's my understanding, and that is clearly not just my expectation, the government's expectation, but I'd have to confirm the detail with the department. It's their work that they're progressing at the moment.
Yeah, but that's an expectation of yours, I think you just said.
No, without a doubt. The only evaluation that, within the constraints of the legal structures that we've inherited from colonial times, the only evaluation that matters in this is the evaluation and the views of traditional owners.
Minister, can you make sure that you bring back to the Commission the outline of that evaluation regime as you develop it?
Absolutely.
I'd be very interested in that.
Can I just quickly, it's really quick. You've listed a heap of barriers here in pretty much a lot, but it's the structural barriers that bother me, because you're engaging with TOs consistently and they're structural barriers, so they're in a colonial setting. So you're asking TOs to be culturally unsafe because your cultural safety plan has never been revised either or evaluated. And so how do you gain the trust of TOs to engage with you when nothing's evaluated? The cultural safety, you've got here the cultural capability of staff awareness as well. So there's a range of all these, how are TOs supposed to culturally safely engage with the department and when there's all these barriers?
It's a really fair question, and I think, Commissioner, there's an aspiration and it lives in practice, but not all the time. Effectively, we expect, and I expect, all staff, departmental staff, even all contractors, to provide a safe space for traditional owners. And I know in some respects it hasn't happened. I think you heard from somebody yesterday in relation to Barmah Forest, for example. There are those situations. I think, and I'm not justifying past behaviour, and I think we need to do a lot better. But there's some really good examples as well where it is culturally, I've been told by traditional owners, it's culturally safe.
But it does need to be culturally safe for everybody that engages, not just one group or two groups. And I'm wondering, are you working towards that? What does that look like, cultural safety, working towards that, to engage more First Peoples and to actually even get more employed First Peoples? Is there, dare I say it, another framework or strategy that may or may not be evaluated that would assist in that happening? Because, as I said, when I acknowledge welcome to country, when country is healthy, our people are healthy. And the state of the country is not. And we have we talk about, this is called the self-determination frameworks. And I don't see a lot of self-determination in it.
I think we're trying to reorientate a system that was absolutely expressly developed to exclude and to disenfranchise traditional owners. You know that better than I do from all lived experience, but also what you've heard in the Commission. And in that space, there's a lot of catch up to do, not just in terms of the on-the-ground delivery of that aspiration, but also in a public service, effectively a non-First Peoples public service, a non-First Persons minister, dealing in a way that's not clumsy and is culturally appropriate and safe. And I think, I think of an example of where cultural safety sort of takes a second back seat to legislative frameworks that are, colonial, is effectively the Secretary of the Department has the right to effectively make any decision in relation to fire in an emergency situation, or just generally fuel management mitigation around Victoria, really without reference to, in law, traditional owners. That's completely unacceptable. And what we do then beneath that sort of legislative framework, we try and develop joint management responsibilities, governance arrangements, and funding that follows, including funding to implement these, that tries to bridge the gap between what the legislation says should happen and what we know in our hearts should actually happen. And I feel that if I can give you an example of one of those. So there was and I'll bring it up here if you don't mind, but there was an example at Budgebim National Park where Gunjit Mirring were in conversations with Forest Fire Management Victoria for years prior to, or for some time prior to, and this comes from traditional owners, not just the Forest Fire people, in a briefing to me on country years before. So when the 2019-20 bushfires hit and the national park was unfortunately impacted by lightning, the quick action that took place because of the pre-existing relationships between public servants, good public servants, forest fire management, people who put themselves in harm's way, but the actual traditional owners of the land, meant that different firefighting tools were used and methods, which, you know, if you think about emergency services, it's very hard to do anything different because it's almost like everything out the window when you're fighting a fire. They didn't do what they normally do in terms of creating strategic fire breaks because the land was far too sacred and important in terms of Aboriginal cultural heritage. They did sprinklers and aviation fighting, firefighting and other means. And what I heard from traditional owners in that context was that worked really well and they felt respected and they felt like owners of the land in terms of directing Forest Fire Management Victoria in some respects. So they set up an incident control centre and traditional owners were embedded into the incident control firefighting centre. Now, I'm not saying it's like that we should be applauded for that. That should be normal business. But it hasn't been, and there's no statute that requires that. But what it is good examples in different parts of Victoria where in the absence of the legislative frameworks, which we are changing, and particularly the Public Land Act, which I'm happy to talk about later, the revisions to that, we're trying to bridge that gap.
I think specific examples are great, but it shouldn't be isolated incidents. It should be just across the state.
Right.
Like it just should be across the state. So I won't take up any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just to be clear, the other strategy referenced before was Mungan and Gadabar, which is a Tanarong word for achieve together. It's important that we pronounce things properly. And the other strategy, Pupanyali Maman Yepal, Wadi Wadi Taddy Taddy, word for owning our future. Language is very important.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry.
Sorry.
Page 4.
Yeah, page 4 of Annexure B. That framework, our culture is in our country and our country is our culture. Can you tell me when that framework was first produced?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I don't have that information, but my understanding is it's from 2020 on, but I'll have to confirm.
And can you, just in your own words, encapsulate what the point of the framework is? What's it designed to do?
So my understanding is to do what I think the aspirations of what Commissioner Hunter said, which is effectively make sure the department in all its dealings with traditional owners and all its dealings on their country, is done in a way that gives them agency and respects their rights.
And that includes training for departmental staff.
Yeah.
That's part of that program.
It does.
And would I be right in thinking that is a centrally important feature of any structure that is to advance Indigenous government relations concerning self-determination?
I absolutely agree. It has to live in practice, and that means people have to be trained, have to understand and have to know, and training is vital. If that was your question, Commissioner.
Yes, yes. And to the extent that policy has failed to be implemented, partly that's a result of the failure to have this type of capacity within the department. Would you accept that?
I accept that that's one of the drivers of failure.
Mhm.
I think the other driver is the legislation that governs public land management in Victoria. I think it's outdated.
But that also is a result of course, the governmental staff
Yeah.
structure that hasn't produced action in that area.
I think it's also something to do with governments and politicians. I mean, we have a responsibility to change laws, and I think we need to take some responsibility for that. And we're reviewing the Public Land Act. So absolutely, Commissioner, I would say yes, part of it is absolutely staff and governmental systems. The other part, I mean, you perhaps use the term governmental systems for all of us, but I think we've also need to do more and better. And I think reforming some of those laws that barely mention traditional owners in them would be a very good start.
All right. So this is a centrally important framework, and in the barriers column 4, the last point says that the department is committed to furthering the education and training provided to its staff in respect of Aboriginal cultural capability framework. And you said that's correct.
Yeah.
When you look at what's actually happened, it says that the implementation plan is expected to be delivered by June 2024. That's a couple of months away. Can you tell us, will it be delivered in June 2024?
Commissioner, I could find that for you. These are departmental. These documents drive the behaviour and the conduct staff in my department. So I have an expectation when they make that commitment, they deliver on it. I don't have the detail of the completion. I trust that's what if it says July 2024, but I can confirm that with the department.
Well, all the department is saying is that they expect it to be delivered.
Yeah.
They're not saying it will be. And I'm just concerned about an emerging pattern of frameworks addressing important issues that go to the central elements of success in these areas, frameworks that when you get to the pointy end of saying, is it happening? We get statements like, DECA is committed to furthering the education, and we have an expectation that the plan will be delivered just a couple of months away. And I sense my frustration in this instance, but probably as emblematic of many other frameworks, principles, guidelines that we see all the time. So in relation to this one, if you're able to update us in a couple of months' time or even now, I think because of the importance of this particular framework, it would be helpful for the work of the Commission.
Commissioner, there will be a break in half an hour, and that might be an opportunity for the Minister to provide an update after the break.
Can the Minister also give us the date of the start of this framework?
Yes.
From when to when? There's no dates there.
Chair, I appreciate the frustration, and I think I don't want to diminish the extraordinary good work, and I know that wasn't the inference that traditional owners are doing with us, battling away. And then there's aspects of the work that is in a battle, but nowhere near, as the Commissioner said, that it shouldn't be ad hoc. I think in the space of time of some of these strategic documents, there's been a greater number of these good examples and a bit of practice, of community of learning practice, both amongst the public service, but also amongst traditional owner groups. And Jerrywood National Park would be one of those examples where 3 traditional owner groups have come together in a effectively a committee of management arrangement that didn't need to happen other than because of their goodwill and the department's preparedness to adapt and change what it normally does. I get the frustration, and I too am a little frustrated in what appears to be really good intentions with a lack of kind of a oversight from my perspective. Every knowledge holder, I shouldn't use that term, I suppose every public servant who has carriage of these in their work, they would be able to tell you quite honestly how they're delivering. The problem for us, for me, is that I need to have an oversight of all of them, and that's what I'll be asking for in a regular frame, because I have an accountability to traditional owners and more broadly to the Victorian community. So I accept the criticism and frustration.
Well, I should explain when I say my frustration, of course, good on me, if you like, but what I've seen in the Commission's work is that these elements translate into actual suffering in the community. So TOs out there today and members of their community are affected by these barriers and similar frustrations, but it engages with the history that we've heard of, historical, extremely bad treatment. So I think that's why certainly why I see it as centrally important, and I guess that you'd probably agree that this type of framework, it needs to be implemented and expeditiously, because it is actually continuing this hurt, not just because we like to see things done and ticked off. So I wanted to explain that to you so as to not personalise it to my frustration in a hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
With these frameworks that we've just gone through in detail, are you aware of any of these and the implementation of them linked to executive performance delivery through their plans?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think my understanding is that I have read somewhere in my preparation that it is absolutely linked to executive performance. But I will, again, if you don't mind, because that is the Department Secretary's job, come back to you after the break with that.
And also, we talked about potential, well, you mentioned, Minister, about legislation and the current barriers to traditional owner rights and interests being recognised and upheld. So in any future reform agenda, would you have an expectation to be briefed in the barriers that'll impact on traditional owners when that potential legislation is being considered, and also the opportunities for traditional owners in the future as well, that would just form a part of any future legislative reform agenda?
Absolutely, I would. And I'd go a step further, because at the moment in cabinet submissions, which carry new ideas for new legislation or programs or anything else, there's already in the template, so to speak, for cabinet submissions, there's already a consideration for traditional owner rights and knowledge. But particularly in DECA, my expectation would be that wouldn't be just one of the considerations, that would be amongst the key considerations in the development of any new legislation. Because we're literally talking about public land management. And when we're talking about public land, we're talking about land that is already owned by traditional owners. So it's just a slight nuance for me in terms of everything else I deal with in this portfolio and in the other portfolios. I'd expect the consideration of the rights of traditional owners would be at the very beginning of the policy development idea, not just as one of the acquittals towards the end.
Thank you, Minister. And I should have said that at the start of the Minister's evidence. It is planned to break at about 11:30, and so if the commissioners are content, that also might be a useful time if the commissioners have had unanswered questions, to the extent that the minister is able to return with those questions after the break. But no break yet. Minister, many submissions to Yoorrook have noted that Aboriginal title, as it's bestowed by the Traditional Owner Settlement Act, is a very limited form of recognition. It might surprise people to know that that title does not enable a traditional owner to develop their land. Do you accept that?
I do.
And it doesn't allow them to live on the land. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
In your witness statement at paragraph 47, just turning to some raw numbers, you state that about 2,291,488 hectares of land have been either transferred or committed to be transferred into Aboriginal title and joint management arrangements. That's right?
That's correct.
Can you provide a further breakdown of how much has already been transferred versus not yet provided but committed to be transferred?
Council, my understanding is that's in the request for information, the submission we provided in the RFI. And if it's not, I'll make sure that you get that.
Thank you. And maybe during the break you can identify the paragraph.
Yep.
It is
Yes.
300 long. That would be wonderful. If we compare that number of just over 2 million hectares of Aboriginal title to the amount of Victoria's public land that has been transferred into freehold title, in your witness statement at 47, you also state that about 758 hectares have been transferred in freehold title to traditional owner group entities. Is that right?
That's right.
And a freehold title is what members of the public would understand as owning your land. Would you accept that?
That's right.
And you would accept that compared to that, the what is offered in terms of the rights that attach to Aboriginal title are a shadow, if you like, of the rights that are offered by freehold title.
Right.
What percentage of Victoria's public land does this transfer of 758 hectares comprise?
There's about 9 million hectares of public land in Victoria. Not all of it state forest, but large numbers. So whatever that percentage of it's a very small amount, obviously.
I think my maths is that it's 0.001%. Would you accept that?
I'm sure that's correct.
So I will just hold you to there's 9 million hectares of public land and there was a transfer of 758 hectares, and we can do the maths on that.
Yeah, Council, I might just for clarity, not all of that public land is state forest, so about 4 million or thereabouts off memory would be state forests. But nonetheless, I think we're squibbling over, it's a very, very small amount.
And in your witness statement, you referred to that 758 hectares as either transferred or committed to be transferred. Do you know what the breakdown between what's already been transferred versus committed is?
I can get that for you.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the other aspects of the Traditional Owner Settlement Act is that, and of Aboriginal title, is that the legislation requires traditional owners to jointly manage their land with the state. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
And the Commission has received a number of submissions about that regime. One of them is from Environment Justice Australia. Are you aware of that group?
Yes, I am.
And in their submission, at paragraph 39, they reflect on the requirement of this regime that joint management involves dual authority and that from their perspective, it is incomplete or unfulfilled in certain important respects. And I'll just take you to what they say specifically. It reflects some of what, Minister, you were saying before, which is that the system itself is the issue. At paragraph 39 of their submission, 39A, the second half of that paragraph observes that paradigmatic and operational tensions permeate these practices, the joint management practices, such as, and this is an issue that you've touched on, Minister, preferences for low-intensity restorative uses of fire on the part of traditional owner entities as against industrial models of planned burning in a heightened risk environment on the part of state agencies. Existing legislative and regulatory regimes are entirely designed for the latter, for the state's industrial model, and remain silent on the former. Reform of both public management laws and fire management laws in this regard would enable greater scope for justice outcomes in land management. Do you accept that reflection?
Not entirely, because I think it would disown some of the really good work that traditional owners are leading with our agencies. And one of the examples I gave, I don't think it's always diametrically at odds. I think that would be unfair to some of the advice and opinions I've received by traditional owners. But I think in the main, as a concept, of course, as I said earlier, there was legislation that was effectively asserting the Crown's rights over lands that were never theirs, and excluding to purposefully excluding traditional owners. But I think that paragraph you read was a little bit too binary, because there is a lot of good work going on, like I touched on there, and I've got other examples as well. And not to say that's sufficient, nowhere near it, because I understand that the state has more power, more resources, and sets a tone in many of these relationships. I'm not pretending otherwise. But I've also had some really good reflections from traditional owners, from Gudjimara to Jara to others, and I don't want to just accept that paragraph entirely.
One of the paradigms that is reflected in Environment Justice Australia's submission is the concept, the collision of worlds, if you like, between the industrial model of fire management and traditional owners' model, which is a far more individualised approach. Do you accept in general that this is an issue that government has, that it does like to adopt a one-size-fits-all approach in a lot of ways, which isn't appropriate with hundreds of different traditional owner groups?
Historically, of course, and the Commission may be aware, but again, within the devastation and the absolute disgraceful actions of the last 230 years in dispossession in every aspect of traditional owner life, these things may seem small, but from small things, hopefully bigger things grow. We've had 26 cultural fires in the last 18 months to December last year. And no legislation, enabling legislation, purely from good leadership from traditional owners working with our fire agencies and our department staff. We're about to release the bushfire management strategy for the whole of Victoria in a few weeks, and it's not publicly released, but there's absolutely a key priority within that is cultural fire. So historically, I absolutely accept what you're saying, and there's an enormous way to go where traditional owners are actually afforded the rights that they for theirs. But I also want to do honour to them in the work they've done to just give you that insight.
Addressing cultural fire now, the issue has been addressed in the department's response at paragraph 132. And in that response, the department considers bushfire reform and cultural burns, precisely this issue, and states that a key opportunity is to reduce the legislative and regulatory barriers. You just reflected that all of that's being done without any legislative imprimatur. To support more cultural burns occurring. What do you consider at the moment that those legislative and regulatory barriers are?
I think principally the obligations and who is referenced in law to have the obligation for fuel management. That would be principally one, because if you're that person, whether you're the secretary or the relevant delegate of the secretaries, and you'll be held to account, whether it be in a future Royal Commission on bushfires or elsewhere, you'll perhaps be driven by your requirements under that Act, as old and as unmodern as it is. I think there are also traditionally, historically, some known ways of fuel mitigation which really had no reference to Aboriginal cultural heritage and intangible places of heritage and tangible. So that's more around the practice of firefighting and the operational practice of it. The example I gave earlier at Budge Bim National Park is an example where you could change that practice to the point, and to your point, Commissioner Hunter, in terms of, I think it was Commissioner Hunter, where we don't want just isolated examples. So from that example, the team, so Gurjindimara and Firefighter Manager Victoria, have developed a document, a short document, conscious of all these frameworks, for the principles of firefighting, with having at its centre traditional owner rights over cultural heritage. And they're now talking to Country Fire Authority, to DECA, to Emergency Response Victoria, to try and incorporate that as a normal operating procedure in all firefighting across Victoria. And then I would hope one day, not too distant, that then is accepted in a legislative framework too. So that's just a bit of an example.
Thank you, Minister. Sorry,
Can I just jump in?
Yes.
Do you, Minister, think that there's enough evidence there, not just from TOs, but from mainstream or the department, that traditional burns or cool burns or cultural burns, have they been articulated, actually work?
For fuel mitigation? For fuel reduction?
It could be fuel mitigation, it could be healing country, trying to ultimately get to healthy country.
Oh, apologies.
Cultural burns?
Commissioner, I can't really speak with authority on that, but what I do know is that from the TOs, traditional owners that have spoken to me, they have found it extraordinarily valuable, both in terms of connection, but also in terms of ceremony.
Mm.
And they are low intensity generally. So they're valuable. If your question is, are they valuable?
Yeah. From the department. I mean, the traditional owners we know.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
You know, as a proud TO myself, we know the practice and the value on being able to look after and heal country.
Yes.
We've done that for 60,000 plus years.
Yes.
I guess it's in the mainstream context, though.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
That's
makes
the
sense.
question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Of course. Yes. For a couple of reasons. So I've had conversations with the Chief Fire Officer, Chris Hardman, about this very topic. And absolutely, he feels his organisation finds it of value, not just in terms of fuel management as a portion of the fuel management work his agency is required to do under law, but also in terms of protecting heritage and forest care in a way that it may not be obvious to Fire Management Victoria, both in terms of forest care but also in terms of cultural heritage. I think if I make an observation both in relation to this but also in terms of some of the opportunities in joint management, I think it's important that the public service provide the opportunities that traditional owners have been asking for. So in a fire burn, a cultural fire situation, Forest Fire Management Victoria will determine, because for fuel mitigation reasons, to avoid bushfires, obviously, that this part of Victoria will need to have fuel reduction. It is then important, in my view, that they provide leadership together with traditional owners to say, well, which parts of country are meaningful and important to be led by you, and are they, and which parts, rather than just saying, well, we're going to do this, and then you can come in on top of it. I think the planning, because obviously there would be no situation, I don't think, where traditional owners would do fuel management across the whole of Victoria. It'd be contextual to their lands. And so I think there's an opportunity at the planning stage, and I think I'll reference this document that we're about to launch, which is a Bushfire Management Strategy of Victoria, that will speak a bit more to those opportunities. But I think those opportunities exist with basically caring for country. When Parks Victoria, and they're doing more of this because I've interrogated them, and they want to do more of this, but regardless of their requirements to do more, when they contract forest care out to somebody that's not Parks Victoria, there should be, and they are increasingly doing this, the first rights given to traditional owner corporation to tender for that work. Whether they do it themselves or they then subcontract, it's entirely up to the traditional owner. So there are opportunities where, but if we made that work job order so large that it was not within the capacity of traditional owners to do that in a particular setting, that's not reasonable. So we have to pull out all stops to do what we can to enable traditional owner-led public land management, from cultural fire to fuel reduction to any other forest work and care for country.
Is that what's happening now, Minister?
Beg your pardon, sorry.
That is what is happening.
Increasingly, yes.
Increasingly.
Increasingly. So as an example, the most recent briefing I had from Parks Victoria, they're doing more of that. They'll say to Jara, can you do this piece of work, for example?
But it's still isolated incidences rather than an actual systemic change.
I don't want to say something that's not accurate, so I'll come back to you about how isolated it is, but it is happening, and it's my expectation that it's not only because it's meaningful, it's actually we learn more from enabling traditional owners to access that work, because we haven't done an amazing job for 230 years in protecting these beautiful lands. So, I mean, I say that with respect to incredible land managers who are not non-First Peoples, but we benefit from the knowledge of traditional owners.
Minister, whilst you're interrupted, can I just take up the question of paragraph 47 of your statement and the transfers that have already been done or are in train? And I just wondered if government had any plans based on particular target figures for further transfers in either category, the Aboriginal title or freehold title.
So a lot of those arrangements emanate from the Traditional Owner Settlement Act. And it's my aspiration is that absolutely more opportunities be provided. It's my understanding it's a DPC-led approach with traditional owners. we're the implementers. This department is the implementers of those agreements. But my aspiration generally is, and particularly the Public Land Act review, which effectively modernises the statutes that relate to public land management. There's 3 principal statutes. Would give us the opportunity to be able to do more meaningful joint management and then even sole management, where the Minister of the Day would have the opportunity, if the traditional owner desired it and the Minister followed through, was to appoint traditional owners as land managers in the same order of magnitude of hierarchy as Parks Victoria is appointed now. So to do everything.
That's something less than a full transfer in either of these categories.
What I've just described is more than that.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, it's more than that. More than that.
Repeat that last sentence about the parallels between parks.
So, and we've consulted on the first incarnation of the Public Land Act, well, the future Public Land Act with traditional owners. But as it sits now, it would provide the opportunity for the Minister for the Environment to appoint a traditional owner group as a public land manager at the same hierarchy and level as Parks Victoria is now. So with all those powers, there'll be many other opportunities too in terms of cultural, declaring a part of pastoral land as a cultural reservation. But that's the beauty of, and that would then mean that have all the same power. There wouldn't be a joint management, and with a effectively non-First Peoples organisation, whether they be DECA or Parks Vic or Kappa or any of these land managers now. Traditional owners would be the relevant land manager, and of course they could then enter into joint management as well with anyone else they see fit. So
Parks Victoria is an independent statutory body, is it?
Yes.
Who do they report to?
They report to me.
Minister.
Yeah. So it's still deficient in that way, Commissioner. But it's probably, can I say, and I'm not the lead minister on treaty, but it's probably the furthest we can go in terms of land management, real traditional owner-led land management and authority, before a conversation that the Premier and the government will lead from our side on treaty.
And if traditional owners were to want that authority, in your view, how should that be resourced?
It's a good question. I'm projecting to the future now, hypothetically, but so Parks Victoria is predominantly resourced now. If you look at Parks Victoria as an entity, with a board, with a CEO, with 1,000 staff or thereabouts, well, probably more, I can't recall exactly, but they effectively get an allocation from the Sustainability Fund. The Sustainability Fund is replenished through a range of different revenue sources, the municipal waste levy and a few other sources. And every year, the Minister with the Treasurer sign off on an allocation from that Sustainability Fund into Parks Victoria, the Parks Victoria to run their operations. You could see something like that.
Mm.
There are also opportunities for own source revenue, probably not as large as is required, through car parking fees or other things, depending on the land tenure.
So if an Indigenous body would be comparable to Parks Victoria, it would require them to be either to be a registered Aboriginal party RAP or some other acknowledged, known sort of corporate being, would it?
It's an interesting question, and I don't, because this legislation has not been drafted yet. It's at approval in principle stage. The government gave approval in principle a little while ago, and now it's going out to perhaps a second round of consultations. It could be either one, Commissioner. It could be, I don't have a sense of, it has to be one or the other at this stage.
But I thought that you said that this was something you could do under the existing legislation. Oh, you can't.
So I'm sorry for the confusion. No, this is, apologies, I didn't make that clear. It would require new legislation, but that new legislation is currently in development. And I'm excited about it. And traditional owners have put forward a range of suggestions, ideas and proposals for what it would include, including the fact that you could declare a parcel of land as a reserved for cultural purposes, for Aboriginal cultural purposes, which you can't do now in law. Appointing a traditional owner group, and whether it be recognised or not recognised, I'm not clear, or we haven't developed that, as a primary land manager in the order of Park speak. They're all things that would be available and more under the revised Public Land Act.
I think that might be a subject that we'll come to.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. And certainly we'll be returning to that. I wondered if now might be a convenient time for a 15-minute break.
Like at 11:45.
Mr. Chair.
It's very interesting. I'm finding view something. Yes, that's the main thing. We haven't got our main witness.
Always. Doesn't change.
Yeah, thank you.
The setting has now resumed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, there were a few questions that you took on notice for the break. Were you able to identify responses for those within the short time?
Yes. So for most of them. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. If you wanted to just step through each of them.
So, Councillor, your questions in relation to the amount of land yet to be transferred over to Aboriginal title and freehold. I've got a document here if I can tend to.
Thank
That's
you.
okay.
Okay. Do you want?
Read them out. There's a fair bit, but okay. Apologies. So okay. So Gunai Kurnai under the 2013 RSA. The number of parks and reserves committed in the RSA and the Traditional Owner Land Management Agreement, TOLMA, are 10. Hectares are 47,235. Number of parks and reserves where Aboriginal title has been granted, 9. So there's one more to go. So the total, 29,440. Gunai Kurnai, 2022 RSA. Number of parks and reserves committed in the RSA TOLMA is 4. Total hectares is 480,485. The number of parks and reserves where Aboriginal title has been granted at this stage is 0. Jaja Warong, number of parks and reserves committed in the RSA TOLMA is 6. That's 47,204 hectares. Number of parks and reserves where Aboriginal title has been granted, 5. And that is 29,634. Tangarong, to 2020 RSA, number of parks and reserves committed in the RSA TOLMA is 9. That's 185,345. Number of parks and reserves where Aboriginal title has been granted, apologies, that's 0 because it's all been granted, apologies. The Wajabullock, 2022 RSA, 12 parks and reserves committed in the RSA TOLMA, and that's all 12 have been transferred, and that's 683,473. Sorry, that was a bit confusing.
Thank you, Ms. And I understand that you'll provide us with a hard copy of that table in due course.
Yep. Yes, I will. The other matters that Commissioner Walter raised, and while we'll come back with more information because it was a bit of a medium-term question for the medium term, but I wanted to come back immediately on something. The Traditional Owner Agreement valuation framework to give us a better accountability and be more transparent with traditional owners. That will be going to the DECA Executive Board in July. It's already been once and it's coming back for its, and hope to be out in the second half of this year. That's that one. And Councillor, if I may, so the Aboriginal Cultural Capability Framework that we talked about at the very beginning, and I think you asked me, Commissioner, when it was developed in mid-2022. Module 1, it's a series of modules. Everybody has to do the first module, and then subject to the area of work that you are in, you do subsequent modules. Module 1 will be delivered by July 2024. Module 2, 3 and 4 will be delivered by July 2023. So it's 25, apologies. Currently, DECA has cultural capability training led by the Koori Heritage Trust. 17 sessions were conducted in October to December 2023. 20 more sessions will be planned for January to July this year, first half of this year. That's a mandatory requirement for executives at DECA. To the, I think it was Commissioner Lovett's question about the performance of executives. It's engagement with traditional owners and cultural capability is part of the performance development plans that executives are held to account for their line manager. Also to note, the executive board, which consists of all the deputy secretaries of DECA and the secretary, completed a 2-day cultural safety training session at the Aborigines Advancement League. This was led by the Aboriginal organisation ABSTAF. And the last thing I know, this is a big omission because I'm just so used to Tom Bell and his team, but cultural safety and cultural capability, while we have a long way to go, as I described earlier, the team that Tom leads has been very, very transformative for the department and for me in our ability to be a bit savvier and smarter and just better at cultural safety. And I don't expect that all has to be adding further to Tom, to that part of the team. I think that I would like to see, as I noted at the beginning, more resources go directly to TOs, so it builds their capacity, because government will always be the more dominant party. But I just wanted to circle back on the issue of cultural safety, that we have a pretty important division team within DECA to assist us to try and get it right.
My point of view, thanks for that. Be really good to add, I guess, there's waiting on delivery. Obviously, bureaucrats deliver on the government of the day's agenda, but just given what you've highlighted there, but there's further work that needs to be done. I would assume that probably each training, maybe 20 staff would attend, which is a concern. So that means that out of the ones that you've articulated there, there's still quite a lot of the workforce that needs to be done. But my point here is that more weight needs to be given to the delivery of bureaucrats in the context of delivering on our people's rights and expectations, and the commitments that you have committed to in strategies as well. Because I don't think that an equal weight is given per delivery, in my view.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. And I will consider that this and the earlier conversation we had about, and the Commission effectively expressed a view about the accountability of all these things, both through the executive but also to me as a minister. And I will ask the department to develop a snapshot of how we can track these. So then I'm also equally invested in the tracking, not just the aspiration, but the tracking of these.
Thank you, Minister. Returning to the issues with joint management in the system as it currently is, and then we will speak more about the reform project in the amendment of the Public Lands Act. Joint management involves traditional owners jointly managing public land with the state within a framework that you've already accepted has been created by the state and is in dire need of reform. Do you accept that?
I do.
And do you accept that in that environment, joint management cannot be an equal partnership?
Of course.
It would be hard for any group of traditional owners to be in an equal partnership with the state in that context. You accept that?
I do.
And for that reason, the transfer of land into Aboriginal title, which we've discussed before, with the requirement for traditional owners to jointly manage their land with the state, does not enable fully self-determined decision-making by traditional owners about care for country, does it?
No.
Moving from that overarching problem, can you identify any examples of good outcomes with joint management that you're aware of?
Yes, I think, and I'm really conscious of what may appear a bit of a kind of hodgepodge landscape rather than a systemic approach, but given the constraints that you've described, there are some. So we have Victoria has has 4 joint management agreements under the TOS Act. So Gunai Kurnai Land and Water Aboriginal Corporation, Tangarong Land and Water Council, Renji Gadjin Land Council Aboriginal Corporation, and Jaja Warong Clans Aboriginal Corporation. They're the 4. There are also 2 cooperative management agreements under the Conservation Forests and Lands Act with Gudjimara Traditional Owner Aboriginal Corporation and Yoorrook Nations Aboriginal Corporation. And because of the context of the language of contested or multiple interested traditional owner space in the Grampians, Gary word, we have an example there of all 3 traditional owners coming together in a framework of joint management, effectively with Parks Vic. So that's just a kind of the architectonic agreement space. But where I think a good example where we've gone beyond, so we're not driven by Crown or non-First Peoples conceptual framework of tenure and ownership. Mind you, a lot of areas we are, so I'm not pretending we're not. But there's an example with JARA, the partnership with JARA and Parks Victoria and DECA extends beyond the designated Aboriginal title. So JARA's aspiration for managing the Wildbat State Forest I described earlier, and when I was down on country and listened to what the JARA had to say, absolutely they talked about, to be fair, time-limited funding. They talked about not sufficient funding to do the aspirations for care for country that they know and have a right to do. Time-limited nature of the funding. Also, I think it's important to note third parties. Council, you talked about a couple of those third parties in another context at the beginning, but JARA had a forest produce licence issued by Vic Forest where they could use fallen timber from the storm 2 years ago, as I feel they should rightly be able to use. It's their land. A community group, not traditional owners, went to the court and sought an injunction for the whole forest produce licence regime, which means Vic Forest pulled away. And now JARA, JARA expressed to me that they feel, I'll choose my words carefully, it's a conversation with JARA, but they feel that they would want to use some of the produce, some of the resources on their own land for different things, cultural things, opportunities for their young people. So there's a range of things that get in the way, not just the power of the state. Absolutely, the power of the state's the biggest one, but also just other interested parties who have a view. But beyond that, I heard that both in terms of the park rangers that were traditional owners, park rangers, the move to, in that context, in other contexts, to have the uniform, not just say Parks Victoria, but have the name of the traditional owner on the other side of the. So it's starting to educate the community about the truth about these lands. I spoke to Gudjimara, or I listened to Gudjimara really. I did most of the listening there. It was an incredible visit. That site, strong leaders with knowledge, who, again, issues around the conceptual framework that we operate under. So I'll make 2 points here, the negative one and the positive one. The negative one is that there's a range of issues on the land that they hold, which is for them freehold, a portion of it adjacent to the national park. They have a big problem with koalas eating the managum. And that's one of a number of different issues that they're dealing with as people who manage that land and care for country. And the concept of there's a government approach to silos in terms of how you fund things. So you fund things whether they are invasive species, and there's an invasive species fund to deal with deer or weeds or anything else. There's a fund for land care or biodiversity enhancements. But what I heard loudly and clearly from them and other traditional owners was that there's not a whole of country care funding arrangement. And I'd love to see that. And I've started conversations with DECA executives about getting to a point where we can potentially fund something as a whole of country fund, as a whole of country funding outcome. Because if in the absence of that, what we're doing is effectively imposing further on traditional owners to navigate the system to find bits of funding that collectively ensure an outcome of care for country in the way they know to care for country. On the positive side of that, I heard from two of the leaders of Gujinmara how they felt their relationship with DECA and Parks Victoria, aside from the forest fire management example I gave about how they dealt with in 1925, was a good relationship. They felt supported in their joint management of that land. So there's some things where might give you some insight, Councillor, in terms of
Yes, what's working. The department's response to Yoorrook's request for information indicates that a number of traditional owner land management agreements involve funding to the state for employment and to carry out on-the-ground programs. What proportion of those roles are currently filled by either First Nations people or traditional owner staff?
I have the aggregate figures, Council. I don't have the. I thought it was in the RFI, but I may be mistaken.
And so, what is is that a combination of First Nations and traditional owner? And what is the aggregate?
Sure. Let me just. Council, I might have to get the detail to you, but
Yes.
in aggregate terms, $39 million of that 78 million in 2023 that I just touched on earlier is funding directly to traditional owners, traditional owner corporations, or First People's businesses. I'd say most of it is traditional owner corporations, and that's quite aside from the funding that comes from the DPC-led RSA, Recognition and Settlement Agreement. That would be inclusive of people who care for country, inclusive of people who work with, could be clean energy proponents who come to seek their advice about potential projects on their land, those opportunities. And I think I said earlier too that since financial year 1920, that we've started to see quite a significant shift in that quantum of funds, more going to TOs and as a proportion and less to DECA, which I think's appropriate.
Yes. So in the 2022-23 year, the department has said that expenditure on First People specific programs and services is 78 million. Half of that, 39 million, is delivered by other organisations, some of that including statutory Aboriginal representative bodies. So half of that is still being delivered by the state at the moment.
So half of that includes the First People's Division, not entirely, but includes things like the First People's Division in DECA, cultural capability inside DECA. Yes.
I'm
sorry, Councillor, I did find
the proportion.
I think I've. So I'm sorry. This is so. For example, the same period from 2010 to 2010-11 financial year to 2023-24 financial year, DECA and Parks Victoria staff expenditure in relation to the statutory regimes. So with traditional owner groups, COMA, the RSA, those regimes equaled $101.3 million. DECA staff funding regarding the TOS Act and Native Title Act was $45 million. DECA staff funding regarding the Aboriginal Heritage Act was $8.5 million. And Parks Victoria staff funding regarding the AH Act, TOS Act and NTA was $47.8 million.
Yes, and my sum on those numbers for public servants administering traditional owner legislation and access regimes is 101,660 million. Is that right?
Got here 101.3, but you may be right. I can confirm.
Wouldn't ever assume that, but so 101 something million for the public servants undertaking those regimes. The department's response at paragraph 5 indicates that the total amount granted to traditional owner corporations to administer recognition settlement agreements and cooperative management agreements between 2010 and the present was 68 million, a little over 68 million. You accept that?
That's come from the RFI. I have different figures from a different timeline here, but I accept that.
Yes, from paragraph 5. And so the government is still spending far more doing the work than having traditional owners doing the work at the moment, isn't it?
That's fair. And it's changing. Importantly, it's changing. And Council, can I just, and this is just by way of explanation rather than justification, we also have Aboriginal recruitment targets, both for Parks Victoria and DECA, and Victorian Fisheries Authority and a range of other agencies. So they sort of, we're sort of trying to scale up a bit. But absolutely the frame is, in my view, traditional owners should have more the lion's share of the resources from that funding pool.
Commissioners, were there any questions about that issue from her?
Just on that last bit, you said there's, for First Peoples within fisheries and wherever else, who's held accountable if you just don't have, what happens if you don't reach that?
The employment targets?
Yeah.
I have an expectation that they do.
But if they're not, the expectation's great, right?
Yeah.
We all have expectations, but what happens if you don't meet them?
So at least two things happen. So I have to report to the cabinet process that the Minister Hutchins leads around all these measures. And the second thing that happens is internally I make sure the department knows that that's not acceptable for me as Minister. They are public facing and they're there for a reason. I understand you. I feel there's a sense of lack of trust in the process. They're close.
You've just got all these, just frustration probably,
Yeah.
Mr. North, is you've got all these self-determination frameworks in place. And to be honest, I haven't heard much self-determining at all. So, we talk about joint management and all this, and we've got these targets to employ Aboriginal people, and we're spending more in the department than we are on traditional owners. And it's supposed to be you've got these self-determination frameworks, and I'm sitting here waiting for what is self-determining. And as a First Nations woman, I'm not hearing much self-determining.
Appreciate that. And I think if I step back and look at what government has been trying to do before, I'm not claiming the successes necessarily on my watch, because I'm absolutely committed to moving the needle on my work by the time I've left this job.
And I do take on board your 6 months.
Yeah.
So we'll be watching.
But Commissioner, if I can just say, I think if I step back, it's basically around the self-determining drive the access points to self-determination, I think, can be categorised into governance, so joint management governance, COMA, cooperative management agreements, all those other instruments.
That's good and well, but joint management, we've heard a lot.
That's right.
About joint management not really being joint management because who holds the authority at the end of the day? Government.
Power.
So we can talk about, and we heard yesterday, Fani, Marge Thorpe around joint management not working. So I hear it, but it's really frustrating sitting here again, as Commissioner North pointed out, with frameworks, all of this stuff, and I'm just sitting here going, our people deserve better.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Can I ask what if anything's been done by the department to work with traditional owners to strengthen their capacity through employing more people or resources to be able to help them navigate implementation or even the department itself?
So a couple of things come to mind, Commissioner. One is the funding through literally the RSAs and over the last, since 1920, financial year 1920 have been 30 million, and again, nowhere near enough. Like I absolutely accept, as a matter of fact, and something that we need to rectify, the power of the state compared to the power of traditional owners is completely disproportionate. And some of the investments we've made, $30 million from financial year 1920 to traditional owner corporations as part of the RSAs, 13 million as part of the cooperative management agreements. Strategies like a cultural fire strategy, which is 22 million over 4 years, 6.3 million a year. That's led by traditional owners. There's about 800,000 off memory per traditional owner corporation to actually develop a cultural fire strategy that is contextual for those lands and for those traditional owners. And then the delivery of that with the relevant co-joint manager. There's funding for example, the Marine and Coastal Sea Country Grants Spatial Planning Program. Again, funding directly to traditional owners to develop plans and frameworks that help them posture and navigate to us how that land should be.
Can I jump in? Thanks. From a resourcing perspective, have you, as a department, considered or undertaking secondment-like roles where you're seconding your staff to traditional owner organisations to help them strengthen their capacity? Is that practice being undertaken?
I don't know, but I think it's a fantastic idea. I will have to. I hear that it is happening, Commissioner. I would love to see more of that. That would be extraordinarily valuable for the department, for the public service.
Well, a lot of these traditional owner groups are not large organisations with hundreds of staff. Now the department invests a lot of money in the corporate side of the business around training and professional development. Maybe not so much in delivering on cultural awareness and cultural safety, as we've highlighted today, but there's other trainings around financial management, but also engagement and a whole heap of other myriad of things that the department undertakes. I think it'd be great if traditional owners had access to the department's capability building mechanisms, because they don't have the resources to be able to bring people in to train their staff up.
Thank you. I agree, Commissioner. I think it's an idea that I'd like to take up further outside the Commission hearing with the department. I think if I have just briefly looked back, we seem to do a little bit better than we've ever done in terms of funding a resource or multiple resources, including independent secretariat in the Caring for Country Partnership forums that hold us to account. So it's we fund something that sits within the traditional owners, but again, it's time limited often and it's insufficient often. So I absolutely hear your call to action on that. I appreciate it.
And I think it'd be good to hear before the end of the day about the department's recruitment and retention of our people in the department as well. I think it's really important that also, whilst you are investing in Aboriginal staff, in particular Victorian traditional owners, were working for the department around what career opportunities and prosperity that they can derive from being able to work in government to upskill themselves and contribute as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll get that information.
Thank you, Minister. Just moving on to the issue of the revenue that the state obtains from natural resources, particularly insofar as they relate to public lands. Annexure D to the department's response relates to grazing and government land licenses, and that annexure indicates that the state has received $508.49 million in revenue from grazing and government land licenses since 2010.
Is this a document we have, Ms. Fitzgerald?
Yes, Commissioner, it is 2D, Annexure 2D, to the department's response to the request for information.
Councillor, is it that one?
Yes, and and it is the third sheet of that, in which the annual revenues for the department, Parks Victoria, Alpine Resorts Victoria, and the Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority are listed. And
I don't have the third one with me, but if the department can provide me one, but I have got some other information, Council.
I
do have that.
That relates to grazing and government land licenses. And essentially what I'm putting to you is that the maths of all of those columns are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Adds up to a little over $508 million. Do you accept that?
Not having the same document in front of you, I'm sorry that you do. I accept it.
Yeah, really, the question, the real question I have for you is whether you know whether any of that grazing revenue was distributed to traditional owner groups.
I understand it wasn't.
So none.
None.
And the department's response at paragraph 197 indicates that as part of the transition out of commercial native timber harvesting in state forests, the Victorian government has notified the Commonwealth that its 5 regional forestry agreements will end at the end of this year. Is that your understanding?
That's right.
And Annexure D to the department's response lists the forestry and forestry products revenues. This is easier because it doesn't involve any maths, but in the department's response, they indicate that the state received $1.385 billion in revenue from sales and income and royalties from commercial native timber harvesting from 2010 to the present. Do you accept that?
I do.
And how much of that revenue has been distributed to traditional owners under the land use the template in Formula C, the community benefits formula?
My understanding is none of the revenue.
And do you understand why none of the revenue has been distributed under that mechanism, which was meant to provide for distribution to traditional owners?
Council, I can give you the official answer and then maybe the technical answer. The official answer is because it never met the threshold. But the real answer is the threshold was set in a way to exclude traditional owners. And that's a reality.
Yes, and government has always had control over the inputs into that threshold, haven't they?
That's right.
Yes, and the levers by which you might meet the threshold have never been in the power of traditional owners, have they?
No.
So is that intended to be changed?
There's there's a range of revenues sources that come into DECA. So the figures here I've got for $248 million from 21-22 financial year, the last data we have, and then of course a whole range of others over time. Those matters, they come into DECA, effectively they go straight into consolidated revenue. So the way I access them as a minister is by putting in a budget bid to the Treasury, to the Budget Finance Committee of Cabinet. So they're not necessarily mine to change. They are absolutely, I would imagine, a whole of government would be part of a whole of government conversation, and probably the most appropriate mechanism would be treaty, but that's not necessarily for me to determine. But if I take what council's example that council gave, Alpine Resorts Victoria, 66 million as an example, that goes straight into consolidated revenue, and then you have an appropriation from that general consolidated revenue to then pay for the operations of different things you're doing, Alpine Resorts or other things. So I can't at all redirect that money myself. The broader question though is that's, I think, an appropriate conversation for whole of government in terms of revenue sources to traditional owners.
The community benefit payment under the RSAs, or the particular agreement, are they, how are they funded? Are they a separate appropriation or?
That's a good question, Commissioner. My understanding is that would, I'm confident that my understanding is correct, the Treasurer would sign off if it met the threshold. That threshold which we've accepted is, or I've accepted, is probably set for the exact opposite reason, for traditional owners not to meet. It's historic, that the Treasurer would have to sign off. If the entity met the threshold, then the Treasurer would sign off. The
thresholds, there are some community benefit payments that have been made, not
as part of the RSA, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Where do they come from is what I'm getting.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you. Sorry, Commissioner, I misunderstood your question. I'll have to clarify with the department where they come from, but I imagine it'd be consolidated revenue, and it would require the Treasurer's sign off.
Thank you, Minister. I should just correct the record in terms of my reference to the 508.49 million. I think I referred to that as grazing and government land licenses. It is set out in Annexure 2D as relating to monies made by the state in various ways from public lands, and I will just refer the commissioners to the detail of that annexure in 2D.
And the figure I have here, Councillor, is for the 13-year period from 2010 to 2023, total nominal revenue sum from grazing and government licenses and forestry was more than 1.89 billion.
And as you understand it, how much of that 1.89 billion was distributed to traditional owners?
As I understand it, none.
Just moving now to some historical matters. In 1998, the state granted, this is from the department's response at paragraph 208, the state granted a perpetual plantation licence to Hancock Victorian Plantations under the Victorian Plantations Corporation Act 1993. Are you aware of that?
I am.
And the state has received $550 million in revenue from that grant. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And how much of that revenue was distributed to traditional owners?
My understanding is none of it was distributed to traditional owners.
And are you aware of whether the Victorian government has been able to gain access to any documents relating to the implementation of that Act, the Victorian Plantations Corporation Act, or the granting of that perpetual plantation licence to Hancock Victorian plantations.
So, Council, this is something that I've sought advice on because clearly it's important as everything else we're discussing. The records that are available to DECA don't identify whether or not consideration was given to the important matters of native title, which I think you're going to. So we have some documents, but they don't identify whether native title considerations were made at the time or traditional owner rights in the introduction and implementation of the VPC Act in 1993 and the amendments to the Act in 1998. I don't think there were many documents.
Yoorrook was provided with a departmental memo from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources in 1993. And if I could just ask the operator to bring up that document, which is DEEC 9010.003.0788 up on the screen. And if we can go, in fact, sorry, to 0787, the page before that. And do you have a copy of that, Minister? You may have a copy. It's bright yellow. Yes? If it's in your file, it will be bright yellow.
I don't have it.
I might ask just, and you could, if you can read it, but I might cause you to injure yourself. Now, Minister, you can see from this is a document that Yoorrook was provided in response to a request, a notice to produce. In paragraph 1, you'll see that its purpose was to provide information to the executive of that department on issues arising out of the Mabo decision. Can you see that?
Okay.
And at paragraph 4, it says that Department of Premier and Cabinet had established 2 working groups involving Victorian agencies, one dealing with legal issues convened by DPC, the other dealing with legal issues convened by Department of Justice. And the writer of this memo was representing to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, was representing the department at those meetings. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then if we go down to paragraph 7, you see that the memo states that while no formal government position has been established, Department of Premier and Cabinet and Department of Justice representatives, I suspect under instruction, are arguing against any national approach that is more than an agreed set of principles. The principal argument is that claims will be fewer and with less chance of success in Victoria, and it is therefore not appropriate to adopt a solution designed to deal with the situation that exists in the remote areas of the larger states and territory. Do you see that?
Do.
Then just going to paragraph 8 of that departmental memo, in the second sentence, of paragraph 8, this departmental representative who has been on the government working groups to deal with the government response to the Mabo decision is in that second sentence suggesting to the secretary of the department that it was clear that all Crown grants, most forms of leasing and many forms of licensing will effectively extinguish native title. Do you see that?
Do.
And then the memo concludes at paragraph 15, because of historical circumstances in Victoria, whereby Aboriginal groups were dispossessed and displaced to a very significant degree, thereby breaking their customary association with their land, and because of the relatively few areas of land that have not been subject to some form of land dealing in the past, claims in Victoria will be difficult to prove. The impact here of the Mabo judgment will not be of general significance. However, there will be some claims, and in some limited areas is a potential for them to succeed. I want to suggest to you that this paragraph indicates that at the time, the Victorian government accepted that First Nations people had been dispossessed and displaced to a very significant degree, but that there was, I'll put that to you firstly, there was a recognition at the time that dispossession of a significant degree had occurred.
Well, the writer of this memo certainly did. I'm not sure about the whole Victorian government.
Yes, but the departmental representative of the what was then Conservation and Natural Resources did.
I accept that, yeah.
And it is true to say that at that point there was no proposal to pay compensation of any kind at that time, was there?
Doesn't seem to be from this memo.
The memo is dated the 24th of February 1993, and the legislation that we were talking about earlier, the Victorian Plantations Corporation Act 1993, came into force shortly after this memo was written. Is it fair to say that when that act was introduced, at least within the department, there was a view that dealings in land of the kind that the Act authorised, dealings in land of the kind the Act authorised the Treasurer to enter into in future would effectively extinguish native title?
I'm sorry, Councillor.
I know, it was a terrible question. We've seen that the author of the memo, who's representing the department in these groups, has suggested to the Secretary that it's clear that licences over land will effectively extinguish native title. So that's the legal conclusion. And then we have this legislation, the Victorian Plantations legislation, which allows for the granting of licences. So whether there was any intention or not, there was an awareness that granting a power of that kind would facilitate the extinguishment of native title. Do you accept that?
I do. Yep.
Just reading that, how does that sit with you? Reading that, being read to you, how does that sit with you?
I got an emotional response reading it, actually, how unjust it is. How not only unjust, but how this is. I remember the response I had in reading the last paragraph was how that was not a government for traditional owners. It's a government against traditional owners.
Just, come from the public service.
Yeah.
Serving the public. So
it's extraordinary.
Disrespectful, to say the least. Think about our people listening into that. Watching in this here, sitting in this room, but also watching. Breaks our hearts.
It's wrong. It's turned out to be just historically wrong advice. I mean, there've been native title claims in Victoria that have succeeded over very large areas. So it was just misconceived because it was penned without the experience of the developing jurisprudence of native title, and the way they read, whoever wrote this, read Mavo in a way which the courts didn't thereafter agree with.
I guess my point is, though, that this historical and even contemporary historical views of 1993. This is not going back to 1840s. The massacre started. This is 1993. This is the views. This is what our people have continually had to put up with. And we wonder why society always thinks about why we're overrepresented in different facets of, the justice system, child protection system, and so forth. We continually shut out, as evidence today and days gone past, about the views of our people and our ongoing rights to this lands and waters that we now call Victoria.
I was going to move on shortly, so if there are any other questions, I was.
And if I can just, because
yes, certainly,
very powerful moment. I just reflecting, and it's also a denial of the creation of intergenerational wealth.
In particular, going back to that point made before about how much can we just repeat that again, Council, about the $1 billion that we didn't receive any?
1.89 billion.
And how much was given to TOs again?
I had zero.
Zero. And that was confirmed, zero. How can we build intergenerational wealth, to pick up on the point you just made there, when we're continually shut out of the system? Evidenced by this example and many of others that we've already heard in the short amount of time that we've been having land injustice hearings, and I'm sure potentially we may hear more. Can't get ahead as a people.
And Minister, obviously the writer of this memo is not here for me to cross-examine. Just reflecting on the words used in paragraph 8 though, it seems clear that all Crown grants will effectively extinguish native title. There is a sense in which the use of the word effectively is used in a positive sense, that what one is hoping to do as part of the state is to really extinguish it. Do you accept that that's a valid reading of those words?
That was my emotional response to those set of words, that this was not a government that was interested in looking after and rightful owners.
And so if traditional owner groups draw a connection between the introduction of the plantations legislation in 1993 and these views about what it might do, and if traditional owner groups take the view that there has been an intention to extinguish native title, that's not an unreasonable view on the basis of these documents, is it?
I'm just conscious that this seems to have exactly those intentions and connotations, and also reflecting that on the government of that day, it doesn't seem inconsistent. However, I don't have all the information to reflect on the decision maker at the time's judgment. And I say this just in an abundance of caution, for no other reason other than just I think it's fair there's a whole bunch of other information that might be relevant, but this on its own is awful reading.
And given it is directed in particular at native title, do you consider it to be racially discriminatory?
Can I tell you what I consider it is to on its own to have denied traditional owners what's rightfully theirs, even a seat at the table of the conversation. That's what I consider it to be.
And accepting that in paragraph 9 there is a reflection that it's unclear what reservation will do, which is what the Act did, but there was a view about what leasing and licensing would do. So some things were clear, some things were unclear, and that was the position.
Yeah.
Can I just add, looking at this and giving the attitudes that's not that long ago in government, and reflecting on all your policies and frameworks of self-determination, does that make you realise now how and why self-determination for our people is so important?
It does. Absolutely.
These attitudes and the writings of these are constantly throughout the Commission coming forward, and our people hear and see this constantly. And so to take self-determination frameworks seriously when you're giving this is really hard on our behalf. So I hope those promises of reevaluating them, of looking at them, so our people come another truth-telling commission down the road don't have similar things they have to read. But it's just, as Commissioner Lovett said, I'm actually at a loss when I read it the first time. I'm at a loss for words because unfortunately this is more trauma for our people that's added on, and I'd hate to see more documents like this. You would read that as a historical document really until you look at the date. It's not that far in the past. So I'm hoping that when, the documents that are uncovered from here on, particularly around self-determination and what that looks like, have a much better read and are actually implemented in a much better way.
And the failure to distribute any funds that have come from those lands to First Peoples doesn't indicate to me that there has been a significant shift in attitude. Good words, but no follow through.
One other thing I just want to make about this document, I can't help but draw the parallels. 1993, Yoorrook claim, and the active role of the Victorian government at that point in time is of a similar era and time frame around the mindset of bureaucrats or public servants. And then hearing the evidence from Uncle Graham yesterday about the active role of government of that particular time to work against that claim being successful. Further evidence here. Active. Just want to make that point as well.
Chair, if I could say, and Commissioner Hunter, to your point, and Commissioner Lover's point, there's probably a reading of this as well, which the drafter of it or the recipients of it didn't even think they were doing anything wrong. It was normal business for them. That's how, potentially, how completely out of knowledge or sync they were with the rights holders. I accept your insights and your observation, and to say in the continuum of complete working against traditional owners to inclusion to rights holders and knowledge holders, I still feel there's a long way to go, but I'm so thankful in some respects that at least at some level we've learnt at some level.
There's a bit of training around this particular memo that could be really helpful for staff, that because you never know where these documents are going to turn up, right? And it is really it's hurtful to read it as a traditional owner of these lands. Thank you.
I guess it does just emphasise the importance of what we were talking about before about the strategy framework to educate public servants, because people educated in contemporary thought wouldn't have written that, even though, of course, that was in a very different era.
The Yoorrook native title determination was lodged in February, 21st of February, 1994. This was 11 months prior to that.
Didn't want a first case, successful case in Victoria ever. How it is.
1994, the year after.
I'll move to reform with the Public Land Act in a second. I just wanted to quickly touch upon the issue of the acquisition of new national park areas. Are you aware that there has been lobbying by at least one environmental group for the government to acquire forestry lands, for example, in the context of the forest industry wrapping up in certain areas, to rededicate those lands as national parks?
I am, but I'm also conscious that we have made some commitments as a government to add to the national park estate, and that they'll be before the Parliament very soon.
And there are considerable areas of land in, as you've said, the national park estate and also in the forestry estate in this state.
Yes.
Are you aware that around the world, lands that are lived on, owned and managed by Indigenous peoples are the best managed lands in terms of the health of the lands themselves?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Victoria's First Peoples would say that they managed the lands of Victoria for 60,000 years in a manner far better than the current regime does. Would you accept that?
Yes.
if you accept that the lands lived on, owned and managed by First Peoples are the healthiest, as a matter of logic, the proper arrangement for conservation lands is to transfer ownership of those lands to First Peoples. Do you accept that?
I accept, because it's a whole, there's a cabinet process, a government process. What I accept is that the best for land conservation, to use your language, let alone everything else about civilization and culture and connection to country, the best for conservation is First Peoples-led custodianship over public lands for the benefit of all Victorians.
It's the best environmental outcome. You accept that? Moving now to the reforms that are being done in of the Public Land Act. Before the break, you mentioned that the legislation hasn't been drafted yet and is going out to a second round of consultations. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As I understand it, consultation for round one closed in May 2021. So that is about 3 years ago. What has been happening in those 3 years?
It's taken a little bit longer than perhaps it should have, and where we're at the moment is that the Victorian Cabinet, the Cabinet gave approval in principle, which is effectively the penultimate stage before a bill arrives at Cabinet for endorsement, approval before it goes into the Parliament. So at the penultimate stage, and what that does is it provides the next level of consultation, which is a little bit more detailed and granular. We've already been driven largely from the beginning of this journey by traditional owners in what they want to see in terms of aspirations from this new Public Land Act. And so this next stage, which I understand from the department and I expect will be going back to traditional owners in the middle of this year to get to the point where a bill can come to the Cabinet. My expectation is that's early next year or as soon as possible next year for it then to be introduced into Parliament once Cabinet considers it. So I, other than the fact that we've had a change in ministers, change in premiers, an election in between, it's probably taken too long.
It's been a long time coming. Given a number of the strategies that you've spoken about really turn on this reform, there is a lot riding on it. It has been a long time coming, hasn't it?
It has.
It started in 2018, didn't it? Am I right about that? Or
I understood Commissioner was 2021, but I may be mistaken.
My note is that the consultation for round one closed in May 2021.
Although, Commissioner, I think if you go back far enough, there'd be people calling for that act to be, or for those acts to be modernised for the best part of a decade or two.
Can I ask, in the context of reviewing the Act, what resources have been provided to TOs to engage with their members and their groups to be able to get that, authoritative advice back to you on what they want to see and expect through that process?
Commissioner, so beyond the core funding, which again I've accepted is not sufficient, beyond the core funding the traditional owner group get for engagement with DECA and government more broadly, I don't know whether there was additional funding for the purposes of traditional owners engaging on this Act, but I can get that information at the end of the hearing. But I think that would be very appropriate. This Act could not be written without the leadership of traditional owners. The Act could not be rewritten without the leadership of traditional owners. It's that profoundly important for the things we can do together.
I think Commissioner Lovett's point there comes to them being able to also engage with legals and understand it better and understand the loopholes and things like that, because that should be, we're always asking our TOs or Aboriginal orgs to consult or give advice because that's what they're funded for, but it comes on top of a lot of other work that has to be done. And I think it's such a good point that I would love to know if it was, because I'm sure they don't just have lawyers sitting there ready to consult with them. So I think, it's a really good point.
And Commissioner, it would be consistent with what traditional owners have told me, both in the office and on country, about engagement for other purposes as well. What I've got here is that Diggers, and they tell me, extensive engagement with all 11 traditional owner groups and other interested parties that are not formally recognised. But I'll come back to you on the resourcing specifically for that.
Minister, can I just clarify something in my mind from what you said about funding? In the discussion about revenues from land, which appropriately should in part go back to the traditional owners, but it doesn't. It goes, as you've described, into consolidated revenue. And then from consolidated revenue, different projects are funded annually. And it just occurs to me that there are precedents, aren't there, for some areas of funding to be the subject of an appropriation, like a legislative appropriation, which is ongoing, so that you don't have to have an annual budget bid. And what I'm thinking of is whether there'd been any discussion, or whether it's possible as a way of addressing this injustice, where you've got all sorts of revenue streams which should actually go to funding traditional owners, whether a fund might be established as a legislative appropriation that exists forever, for distribution by TOs themselves. So they have, instead of government picking little projects that it thinks annually are desirable, and then of course gets usually reduced because the initial amount, is a starting point. You put, as a matter of self-determination, into the hands of TOs a fund which is then administered by them for all the projects. Is that A, possible, and B, discussed, or?
Yes, I think, and Commissioner, I've got to be careful not to step on another colleague's portfolio, and that's the Treasurer effectively and the Premier. But there is a self-determination fund, and the leadership in terms of from the Cabinet table on that is the Premier, the Treasurer, and Minister Hutchins, the Minister for First Peoples. So I share the agreement in the solution for that, the problems we discussed about funding, how it operates now. It's more than that. It's probably a matter for a broader whole of government discussion, of which I'll be a member of the Cabinet. Trust I might still be a member of the Cabinet in those discussions. So yes, I accept that, and I think there is an opportunity for that. It's already happening in some fashion. The other thing I just wanted to give a sense to the Commission, and you know this, and again, I don't mean to, but so when we develop a framework, it's normally a 4 or 5 year document. It's not guaranteed what I'm about to say, but it normally follows that your budget bids as a portfolio minister do follow the kind of rhythm of the public-facing strategy that you've committed to. So for cultural fire strategy, our $20 million runs over the 4 years. So at the very least, in those constraints, we still have a 4-year funding cycle rather than an annual funding cycle of some important programs and enablers for traditional owners to reclaim ownership of the land. So it's not always yearly. There are some, and they normally follow those strategic documents.
Minister, the Federation of Victorian Traditional Owner Corporations has proposed in a letter to Minister D'Ambrosio, which was sent in November 2020, towards the beginning of this reform process, that traditional owner corporations should be able to solely manage country. Do you anticipate that this will be possible under the new Act?
I do. The new Act will give us more. So I don't want to. It has to go through the Parliament of Victoria, and obviously there's a range of voices, particularly in the Legislative Council. But that if our
what's on the table,
if what's on the table is enacted, that's exactly the opportunities we'll have for traditional owners and us.
And what sort of other opportunities do you anticipate or are on the table that the new legislation might provide to traditional owners?
So there'll be an opportunity to classify in law, to have an instrument in law to reserve land, public land, for cultural purposes. So at the moment, it might classify land for public education or for reserve or for racing, to be able to do that for cultural purposes in terms of traditional owner cultural purposes. There's on the table now is also to recognise in law, in a statute, a plan, a framework document. It could be the whole of country care for country document that Richard Murrow might put to us. That to be recognised in law as one of the frameworks that govern that land and all that's done with it. And that's important in terms of budgets and sort of the authority, rather than just having the nomenclature of public land manager is X, Great Ocean Roads Parks Authority or Parks Victoria or DECA. It could list the Care for Country plan of traditional owners, and therefore gives it the status and authority it deserves. So cultural reserves, sort of care for country stewardship and documents and plans in law. It also gives the opportunity for what's on the table now is for the sole management, in the sense that a traditional owner would be the lead parks manager or land manager, as I said earlier, in the order of Parks Victoria. So the highest hierarchy, still insufficient because it reports to a white fella, but effectively having that in law gives more clarity and authority, and I think it's a fair pathway towards better self-determination outcomes. Not the full pathway, but better pathway.
Just turning to the original one of the consultation papers from 2021, the paper Realising the Value of Victoria's Public Land. Are you aware of that paper, Minister?
Is it an RFI or?
It is in the material that
Let's see how we go, Councillor, if you want.
I will just refer to I don't think I need the document. Commissioners, you should have that document before you. Yes, which is BAL 6.0002.0006.0009. And this was the consultation summary in respect of the public land reforms. Consultation paper at page 6 states that at the very end of the paper, it states that the renewal of Victoria's public land legislation will not, and then at the end of that, it indicates that it will not affect current tenures. These will be retained under the current terms and conditions, and future tenures will be issued under the new or modernised legislation. Is that decision, conclusion, decision about scope, is that consistent with your understanding of what's on the table at the moment.
Yes.
And so the new legislation will not do anything to affect any currently held land tenures?
I don't think that's an accurate reading of it because tenure is here and public land management instruments are here, and you couple them together. So this gives us the authority or the tools in law to actually appoint a different group or a different authority as a public land manager. So then the tenure will sit with them. But you see what I'm saying? So you need both aspects working together. So I would say this actually goes some way to enabling tenure changes subject to conversations between the government and the traditional owners, but also, fundamentally public views and interests of third parties, whether they be environmental groups that you listed earlier or people who want access to public land or traditional owner land. So this, I would see it in the other way. I'd see this as the enabler to be able to get to a position, but a tenure conversation because you have the instruments.
It would be fair to say, though, that it's not on the table for traditional owners to get freehold title to that land, is it?
Not for the Public Land Act. I think that would be a broader discussion, whole of government.
Commissioners, I have taken you into the lunch and adjournment period. I've just been kindly reminded. I'm not sure. If there are further questions, would the commissioners like to adjourn for a short break? Continue on? I'm in your hands, Chair.
Have you got further material to cover?
I am at the end of my questions, Commissioner.
I don't have questions. I don't have questions.
We finish off. Yeah, finish.
Sorry, I missed that. I was having a discussion with my friend.
Let's keep going till you finish.
I'm happy. If the commissioners have any questions on this issue of the reforms, what's on the table, what's not, I might hand over to you if there are any further questions.
Not related to that, but more broadly, done quite a lot of roundtables. We've spoken to over 850 traditional owners throughout the course of this inquiry, holding roundtables and so forth, right across the state. One of the things that has come up quite at every conversation we've had is the amount of funding agreements that each traditional owner group has. Some of them have 50 different contracts just with DECA alone. What is being done in the department, because there has been commitments around streamlining funding agreements to reduce the reporting burden on traditional owners. Again, some of these organisations don't have hundreds and hundreds of staff. So what is the department doing about reducing the administrative burden on traditional owners?
Commissioner, I've heard the same from nowhere near as many, because I haven't had the pleasure, the privilege of having that level of contact with traditional owners. But the department right now is working with Gudjimara on exactly a new model of acquittal of application and acquittal of grants. I have always resented the bureaucracy around grants. Even when I was on Monash Council, a whole range of these things have plagued community organisations, let alone traditional owners who have more rights in the hierarchy of public land. I think the work at the moment is already seeing, in my understanding, I'll come back to you at the end of the hearing with more detail, but the things that are being practiced right now as a pilot is the acquittals being verbal in some respects and being not just necessarily filling out an entire 17 pages of how the grant was acquitted. There's other practices within which are more sensitive and more respectful of traditional owner knowledge. So there's the one TO at the moment we're working with to revise how we do that, because I never want to see a situation where you employ people just to be able to catch up with where government bureaucracy is. That would be the worst outcome. The best outcome is to do the the work, traditional owner corporation staff do the work of the traditional owner, not the work of the government of Victoria. So I hear that, and I'll come back to you, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the work with Deeqa is doing with Christian Mara, because I want to actually try and apply that across the frame of all our relationships and funding agreements with.
Thank you. You've also got a Indigenous data sovereignty policy that you've developed.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about and share some insights about how that's going and what kind of data and has been transferred over, given the department is country related?
Yes.
Country related. What's some of the initiatives, or what's some of the transfer of data that has been undertaken by the department?
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got some information I think is worth relaying here. I'm really conscious of talking about frameworks, but the pathway, it's a pathway for Indigenous data sovereignty policy. The pathway is a precursor to a policy. The pathway was adopted by the Deeqa Executive Board in July last year. However, commencement implementation has lagged, which may delay early milestones, but notwithstanding these delays, there's already things we're doing right now. So integrating Indigenous data sovereignty into Aboriginal cultural capability training, what I discussed earlier in terms of the training. Granted, I want to follow up of how many people are actually doing that training. Develop and update forms and agreements to govern the collection and use of Indigenous data. For example, I think by the middle of this year, is my understanding, contracts that Deeqa has with traditional owners, which is effectively based generally on DPC contracts for how government works. IP always rests with the government of Victoria. It won't on this now. The Deeqa contracts will be IP rests with traditional owners where it always belonged. So that's already by the middle of this year will be in the template of contracts across Deeqa and our third-party contractors. We're developing guides and tools to assist with implementation of the pathway. So that's by the 31st of March, so that has happened. We're conducting an audit of Indigenous data currently held by Deeqa. That's due by 30th of September this year, and I'm glad to put that on the record so that you can hold us to account on those milestones. And systems must account for cultural information by the 31st of March, as in our internal systems, by the 31st of March 2025. An aspect of this too, which is sometimes not evident from looking at the pathway policy, is just if you look at cultural fire, what Forest Fire Management Victoria are doing are actually now providing some of their internal systems to traditional owners, so they have what they need to be able to determine where they have cultural fire. So it's not just we'll have our systems and you do yours over there. So sharing the systems developed by the bureaucracy over time.
Then just from the bureaucrat's point of view, what is being done by the department to ensure the cultural safety of the Aboriginal workforce that do decide to take their talents to that department, your department? There's quite a cultural load on the Aboriginal self-determination reform. So I'm not articulating the actual division. So the department's established a division, but what is put in place to ensure their cultural safety? Because a lot of burden has been put on them, as you've lightly touched upon. Yeah. What is the department doing about that?
Commissioner, when I first had a look at the few months ago at Upinyali Medinapu, the document that was developed effectively to guide Deeqa's work, there was some statistics at the front of that, and I can't bring them to mind if someone has them here, but were the amount of Deeqa staff, First Nations staff, Deeqa staff who had experienced racism at their workplace was extraordinarily uncomfortably high. That was 2020 off memory, and we're reviewing that policy. Will be reviewed because it's aligned to the framework of the Aboriginal Affairs, Joint Aboriginal Affairs framework. So it will be reviewed, and the next incarnation in 2025. to be candid with you, I don't know what else other than the frameworks we've discussed has been done. But I do know, and this is by no way, I'm not appropriating the First People's experience because it is like no other. But as a gay Greek guy growing up in Oakley and Melbourne, I have no tolerance, even if I didn't have a lived experience in terms of homophobia and racism that I experienced when I was younger. Even if I didn't have that, anyone with the values of accepted normal human values would not accept an unsafe space in any workplace. I don't accept it in DECA, and I've made it very clear in all my conversations with the executives, and I'm sure my colleagues, ministers, the other three ministers that guide and govern DECA would have done the same. I suppose I invite any First Nations, First People DECA staff member to approach me in my office directly, or Tom, the Executive Director of First Peoples. Training I talked about before, I want to see that go from 20 staff, if that's what you tell me, Commissioner, I wasn't aware, to more. We need a safe environment. There's training, there's awareness, there's all the other work, but I don't have the measure at the moment of what that looks like in terms of how a first person feels in DECA. I hope they feel safe. They have my absolute permission to come to me if they don't.
Look, I don't know if you've done this or not, but it's probably a bit confronting for the staff to be able to get access to you as the minister. But I would assume, though, that it will be probably advantageous for you to be able to make contact with the likes of Tom, to be able to go and meet with the Aboriginal Staff Director, hear from their lived experience in working in the department. From a leadership perspective, I think it'd be important for you to be able to show that.
It would be a pleasure and a privilege.
One other thing, sorry.
Oh, Commissioner, and I should say that there is, of course, no reason, I think there is no reason why, if the Commissioners wanted to consider whether any further questions, why we couldn't return for a short period after lunch, but there's also no reason not to continue now. So I'll just float that.
I got one more. One more, but a very important one. It's not last but not least. I talked a little bit about recruitment and retention practices in the department. And yes, the department, from what we've seen from the evidence that we've been able to read prior to coming in today, that there's been some active recruitment, particularly in moving staff into executive positions that haven't been there before. But it would be really good to have a more, I guess, deeper analysis around the investment that's gone into those staff. And in particular, Aboriginal women as well, and making sure that Aboriginal women can not only survive working in the department, but also thrive and be able to move through the ranks to make it to executive ranks, and the different barriers that Aboriginal women face as well as Aboriginal people more broadly.
Thank you, Commissioner. I take those insights and suggestions very seriously, and I'll be informing my conversations with the Secretary and the relevant Deputy Secretaries that I work with.
To see them in performance plans as well. Anything further you'd like to say before we finish up?
I just want to say it's been an absolute privilege to share this time. I understand the gravity of the work of the Commission, and I wish it extraordinary success, and I look forward to being at the Cabinet table in future deliberations in responding in a fulsome way in future to Commission's reports.
Yeah. What time shall we return from lunch? If we would, it's appropriate time to adjourn now. I understand my learned friend, Mr. Goodwin, will be assisting the Commission this afternoon. So would 2:10 be an appropriate time to return from lunch? Or 2 o'clock? Hard working. Thank you, Chair. We'll adjourn until 2.
We'll adjourn. The sitting of the Yoorrook Justice Commission has now resumed. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We now have a panel of staff from First Nations Legal and Research Services, which I will refer to in the course of my questions as First Nations Legal, who will give evidence before the Commission. So if the Commission pleases, I now call Tony Kelly, Raina Matthews and Will Crawford of the First Nations Legal and Research Services to give evidence. So first, if I could just have each of you introduce yourselves and your role.
Well, I'm Tony Kelly. I'm the CEO of First Nations Legal and Research Services. I've worked at First Nations Legal and Research for 14 years. I started there as a lawyer in 2010, and I've been the CEO for the last 6 years.
Thank you. And Raina?
Hi, I'm Raina Matthews. I'm the Principal Legal Officer at First Nations Legal and Research Services. I've been the Principal Legal Officer since 2022, started working in the organisation in 2019, but have been working in native title since 2006. Started in the Pilbara, then worked as a native title consultant and worked in different parts of Australia and have that long history of working in native title.
And Will?
Commissioners, my name is William Crawford. I'm a senior lawyer with First Nations Legal and Research Services. I've been with First Nations Legal for 1 year. I've previously worked with Northern Land Council in Darwin and also the Arnhem Land Progress Aboriginal Corporation. I'd also like to acknowledge that we've received some assistance and pro bono support from Herbert Smith Freehills, who conducted some significant research and drafting assistance with our 2 technical papers. So I'd just like to acknowledge their contribution to our submission.
And so, Tony, do you undertake to provide truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission today?
I do.
And Raina, do you undertake to provide truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission today?
Yes, I do.
And Will, do you undertake to provide truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Tony, I understand you would like to commence the evidence from the panel with an acknowledgement of country.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, I'd like to acknowledge the lands of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung where we're on today. I'd like to acknowledge country for all the people in Victoria for who FNLRS has worked with over many years. I'd like to acknowledge elders past and present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge this commission, the fantastic work the commission's doing and has been doing, and the opportunity that you have provided us to come and meet with you and give evidence today.
Tony, could you please briefly explain the history and role of First Nations Legal?
Sure. First Nations Legal is a native title service provider under the Native Title Act. Our statutory role is to provide native title assistance to Victorian traditional owner groups. We're funded through the Commonwealth to do that work. We've been doing that work for 21 years. Prior to us, there was another organisation called Miriam Nations Aboriginal Corporation that also did that work. So we've had built on the work that Miriam Yak has done and built on the work that previous colleagues, CEOs and board members and Uncle Graham Atkinson, who I know some of you have met with yesterday, was a previous chair of the organisation. So we've got a great legacy to build on of people who have done extraordinary work in this area. We've also received funding through the state government, the Department of Premier and Cabinet, to focus our work on those areas where there is not yet formal recognition, and that extra funding has helped us engage with those communities on a deeper level, give those communities opportunities to understand the research that's been collected about them and also share their own understandings of their research, and then make decisions about what formal pathway they wish to pursue under either the Native Title Act, the Traditional Owner Settlement Act, the Aboriginal Heritage Act, and now the treaty process through local-based traditional owner treaties.
And you mentioned the Aboriginal Heritage Act. Does your organisation have any responsibilities or deal with matters arising under the Aboriginal Heritage Act?
No, we don't, Tim. The only time we get involved is if a group who we're supporting through a native title journey wish to make an application under the Heritage Act to become a registered Aboriginal party. But we'd only do that if we're confident that that group is also would be capable of achieving a native title outcome.
I know, yes.
If they're capable of achieving a native title outcome. So because there are different thresholds for recognition under the Aboriginal Heritage Act, we wouldn't want to support an application that for a group that wouldn't be able to either get a determination of native title or enter into an Indigenous land use agreement. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. I know this is a big question, but Tony, given you've been at the organisation since 2010, have there been any major changes in the nature or the activities of the organisation over that time?
Well, when I joined, it was actually the same year that the Settlement Act had been enacted, and so groups were actively pursuing settlements through that. And at the time, they were considered to be an alternative to native title. So groups would choose to enter into a settlement agreement and then withdraw their native title claim or not lodge one in the first place. So there was a strong pivot to Settlement Act proceedings. And over the course of perhaps more recent years, there's been a pivot back to groups pursuing native title at the same time as settlements under the Settlement Act. So they're probably the two major changes that I can point to.
I'll explore those. Oh, sorry.
There is actually probably another change, which is again more recent, where initially First Nations Legal was really the only lawyer that people could access to pursue native title, more or less, in Victoria. You come to us, we would be your lawyers. But more recently, we've recognised that groups, through the exercise of their self-determination, want to get representation elsewhere, or because we have a legal conflict in the matter, or our relationship through legacy issues may not be a positive relationship with the group, and they choose to get alternative representation. We will, to the extent we can, facilitate funding for those groups to be able to get their representation alternatively. So that's been a change.
And we'll explore some of those changes, particularly around the introduction of the Traditional Owner Settlement Act shortly. But first, I just want to ask some questions about native title as a legal framework in the state of Victoria. So First Nations Legal has provided a submission to the Commission's inquiry into land, water and sky. The submission broadly covers three issues. First, the story of native title in Victoria and your organisation's role in it. Second, the relevance of the legal principles espoused in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, as it's commonly referred to native title and more broadly land justice in Victoria. And then third, issues regarding the implementation of UNDRIP in Victoria. Before we discuss that submission, thinking about native title as a legal framework, as the native title representative body, you represent most native title claimants in Victoria making claims under the Native Title Act. The Commission has heard extensive evidence from First Nations and non-First Nations historians and anthropologists about the rapid and in many ways uncontrolled and uncontrollable expansion of colonisation in Victoria in the mid-19th century. What impact do you consider this has had on the capacity of Victorian traditional owners to establish native title?
It's been significant. I think that rapid expansion and dispossession has left great legacies of trauma for groups. It's also led to patches in the evidence about who is connected to where and about their ongoing connection to country through the generations. It's led to people losing confidence at times in their ability to be able to pursue a native title outcome. So that, which has meant then a lot of work has to be done, and we do a lot of work with researchers to help groups understand their connection and rebuild the picture, create this, tell the story of their connection to country through research. And it is the legacy of that that the settler impact has meant that people are often in conflict with each other about whose country is whose, or which families belong, where the boundaries are, and there is very inaccurate, conflicted, and contradictory records that just fuel into the disputes. So that trauma, combined with the incomplete picture, difficulty in bringing a complete picture together, means that the journey is a lot harder for people.
And a number of commentators, including some in this room, have referred to the operation of native title law to effect a double dispossession for those with the longest contact with colonisation. Do any of you agree or disagree with that statement, and if so, why?
It's sort of an answer to your question, but I'd like to go right back to the start of native title, and when there was the Mabo decision, and the politicians at the time were thinking about how do we address native title, and it was the Keating government, and the Keating government put through the Native Title Act, and at the same time as they were having that discussion, the Native Title Act was going to be part of a three-tiered response to Mabo, and the first was the Native Title Act, the second was the Indigenous Land Fund, and then the third was supposed to be the social justice package. And the social justice package was supposed to address Mabo and address native title in a more holistic way, and provide some answers to the people who were not going to get a lot of benefit out of the Native Title Act. And that never came into being. There was the Keating government, and then the Howard government, and the Howard government didn't progress that social justice package. And you look at the arc of history, and I think it's right now with this Truth and Justice Commission and the treaty framework, that in Victoria for the first time we're getting that kind of holistic look at Indigenous dispossession in Victoria, or First Nations dispossession in Victoria, and that's what has been missing over all of these years, and it's particularly affecting in Victoria, I think, and it's been a particular struggle in Victoria for groups to get recognition, and that's that legacy of the 200 years of colonisation. It's all of the stuff that's been put before this commission over recent days, of the massacres, the taking the children away, all of that has made it so hard. And then there's been that lack of holistic way. There's a lack of holistic addressing of the issues at hand. And so, yeah, sorry, it was a slight tangent to the question that you put, but.
No, thank you. If I can put some data that we know that has come through evidence before the Commission, within 10 years of the settlement of the state of Victoria, nearly 4 million acres of land had been sold by 1860. 10 million acres were opened up for sale in 1862. And the 1884 Land Act made divided unalienated land up across the colony and made it available for selection and purchase. Having said that, today 40% of Victoria remains Crown land. However, a significant proportion of that land is freehold. What impact does that have on the capacity to establish native title, as well as the land available for native title?
Native title is a weak form of title in the sense that any inconsistent right to land that's been created in the intervening period will extinguish it. And so within the frame of the Native Title Act, all of those land releases in the 1800s will have extinguished any right to native title in those areas. And that includes a lot of land that's now Crown land, but would have had an inconsistent title granted over it at some time in the past. And so, yes, that is a big barrier to recognition of native title rights in Victoria.
I might bring up a slide from the presentation delivered by Dr. Bill Pascoe at page 16. His evidence was focused on massacre mapping, but he had a slide regarding trade routes throughout the eastern seaboard. And you can see that there's a number of concentrated trade routes that he has mapped in Victoria. And from the arbitrary boundary of New South Wales and Victoria down into Victoria as well from New South Wales. The commissioners have heard evidence about the significant relationships between First Nations in Victoria, including in terms of trade routes, traditional marriage, creation stories, the travel of songlines across the state. I just wanted to see if any of you had any reflections on the fact of that concentration of trade and relationships between Victorian First Nations, given the fertility of the land, is in tension with native title law's requirement to identify with certainty societies with particular ownership of country.
It certainly makes it much harder because it's one of the great difficulties we have in our work is defining boundaries. I mean, I believe and that boundaries as in the Western sense weren't relevant in the classical traditional sense, and to ask groups not only when there is this scant evidentiary record, but then to say, well, with that you have to define a boundary of your country. It just fuels those disputes that we talked about earlier. Particularly if you add that where the fertile land was, where those trade routes were, is where the first settlers pushed Aboriginal people off in the first instance. So they're the ones most dispossessed, and they're the ones who then have to pursue through a legal framework that asks them, the people who dispossess them are now asking them to go through these hoops to demonstrate that they've still got connection to country, and then define themselves in terms of an area with a boundary that really wouldn't have sat culturally back when that country wasn't being, when they weren't being forced off the country. So it's just this incredible mix of complication that adds to the difficulty and the trauma of the work we do. I mean, we are working with people who have experienced ongoing trauma. The process that we are working within creates more trauma. That's something that we contend with day to day with our work, and we try to adopt practices that minimise the trauma, but it's inevitable.
Can you just share some of those, like those practices?
Yeah, so it's through ensuring where we can that people are given access to all the material that we've got. So we're not just standing up here as the white expert with the facts and the figures. It's actually giving material to groups to be able to interrogate and understand and challenge. It's also, when we run meetings, we ensure where possible, not always possible, that we have facilitators that are First Nations people or facilitators from the group. So it's not, again, the external person coming in and running the meetings. And it's recognising increasingly that it's their choices that they need to make about what they want to do. It's not what we think is best for them.
Just a final question then on the legal framework of native title. Given all we've discussed just now, do you think native title is fit for purpose in terms of delivering land justice for Victorian traditional owners?
I'll have a first crack at this. I don't think it's fit for purpose, but I believe that it can achieve a purpose, and that is by where groups have done the work with SAR support or support from elsewhere to get the barest recognition possible, and that's not the barest recognition, but the barest rights that the recognition affords, then build on those to then pursue other rights, whether that's through the Settlement Act or now through treaty. So I see it as not fit for purpose, but I believe that it can achieve a positive purpose when we can work with groups to get enough evidence, resolve those disputes, and bring a competent claim before the court.
So then turning to the story of native title in Victoria and the changing attitudes of the state towards it, the submission provided by First Nations Legal states that the state's initial approach was active contestation of native title. Can someone briefly explain how that active contestation played out in Victoria?
I think, and tying it back to your previous question as well, I think there's alternative ways that native title could have progressed in Victoria. And when you're looking at that severe history of dispossession and colonisation, and the problem with how you deal with that in native title, the questions that come up in native title claims in Victoria, like about boundaries, about group membership, they're the same questions that come up in every other native title claim across Australia. It's the same questions that I was looking at in the Pilbara when I was working as a native title lawyer in the Pilbara. And we know that those questions can be dealt with efficiently and sensitively by the court through the native title system in some contexts. And the policy settings in Victoria were such in the 90s that kind of opportunity was missed. And because the state contested the Yoorrook claim and actively contested it, it's really been it's really hampered the progress of native title in Victoria from that time on, and everything that has happened since then has been shaped by that experience with the Yoorrook claim. So lost my train of thought.
Well, I might bring up just in terms of on Yoorrook, if we go to page 3 of the primary submission by First Nations Legal. The submission talks about the fact that the active contestation really culminated in the High Court's decision in Yoorrook, which found that to prove connection to country under the Native Title Act, a group had to establish that observance and acknowledgement of traditional laws and customs must have continued substantially uninterrupted since British sovereignty. Page 3 of the submission under the heading, under the point 2 heading, the 1990s, in the second paragraph, starting through the 1990s date.
Yep.
It said, First Nations Legal has stated the Yoorrook High Court decision experience was traumatic for the Yoorrook people involved, casts a long shadow, and is fixed in the collective memory of the many traditional owners from across the state. So what in each of your experiences has been the lasting impact of the decision on Victorian traditional owners?
In my experience, it's been that self-doubt that's created, that how are we going to be able to prove a continuous connection if we have to contest it in court? if there's a respondent, a hostile respondent. It's also it's left a legacy of trauma around the fact that it's the fact that dispossession happened. Sorry, that the we're having to prove something that the state has taken away from us. The fact that it's taken us away the ability to practice culture over the generations, and now we have to go back and prove to that state that we still do it despite everything you've done. So when at times when I've been at meetings with groups who have neighboured the Yoorrook order, that is something that it's fear. It creates a lack of confidence at times that they have overcome it, but it's also it's fear and anger, a lot of anger about that, and therefore distrust in the state. Well, you did this to us. You've been doing this to us for generations. Now you've attacked us in this legal process, and now we're okay. So the state has changed, and there was a big change with the Labor government following the Kennett era, but memories are long for people, so they're not always trusting. If a state officer comes and says things are different now, we're going to do it differently, we're with you. Yes, that's good, but it's not always trusted at the first instance.
And the submission highlights that tension between the state as a model litigant, in the language of the law, being required to test on behalf of the citizens of the state claims to native title, but at the same time, I think in the words of the submission, being the architect of the dispossession and disruption to Aboriginal society, and having to hold that space in negotiations with native title claimant groups. How does that tension play out in a practical way? I mean, Tony, you've highlighted that sense of anger and distrust, but are there any other ways in which it practically plays out in negotiations?
Well, I think it comes back to that point of, people are nervous about whether their evidence is going to stack up. So there's a sense that your bargaining position is weak, so that when an offer is made, take this or we'll see you in court, groups are maybe more inclined to take the offer without pushing harder for what they potentially could be entitled to. So I think it undermines their negotiating position.
Yes, Raina, go for
it. Another point there is the way that that native title has progressed up until this time is it's been very compartmentalized and very sort of siloed and separated out from the rest of the issues that First Peoples need to address. And I can't see a starker example of that than in the Human Rights and Equal Opportunities Bring Them Home Missions Bring Them Home report in 1997 about the stolen generation. Looking at that alongside the decision of Justice, the first instance decision of Justice Olney in Yoorrook Order in 1998, they're talking to a large extent about the same people, the same set of historical circumstances. And yet in the Yoorrook Order determination, there's no looking at that kind of holistic perspective, and it's really stark. I find it quite shocking when I go back and read those two documents side by side, because it's the same time, it's directed to the same issues, but the one is not referencing the other. And again, I come back to, well, we're here today in this commission, and this is the right way of doing things. Coming and looking with that holistic perspective, giving people the opportunity to speak about how they're affected by colonisation. And so I think that's just a really stark example of it. That original Yoorrook Order decision and the the Bringing Them Home report, and then that disjuncture, or that, you know, the compartmentalisation has continued through until now, and I think
do you think it's because it is the native title is about land and it's about wealth? Is that why do you think there is that disjuncture? Or if you can feel sorry for the first for stolen generations?
I think it's just a sort of lack of there's so much to unpack. There's such big stories, and the story of colonization is such a big story, and it's like the state has kind of grappled to unpack it and find a way to do that. And native title was an attempt, but, you know, and there's a lot of great stuff that has come out of native title. I've been a native title lawyer for 18 years. I think there's a lot of value in native title, but really, native title is just a partial answer to the problem.
So the submission of First Nations Legal then tracks the history of native title into the 2000s, where the state took a more conciliatory approach to native title claims, and 3 consent determinations followed between 2005 and 2010, the first being with the Wotjobaluk, Jadwa, Jadawajali, Wagaya and Djapalgulk peoples. I don't want to prosecute each of those consent determinations, but how would you describe the process that led to those consent determinations, and in particular the length of time it took?
None of us were directly involved in any in those matters, so this is probably observation at distance, really. But so a state that's more willing to consent. So we had a change in attitude from the state. But I think it's important to note that with the first one, which was a paradigm shift in Southern Australia with the Wotjobaluk Nations consent determination, that native title is achievable in Southern Australia. That was huge, and a huge congratulations to the Wotjobaluk Nations. But noting that not much native title was recognised. It was, you know, on some riverbeds and a few Crown land parcels. So there's a lot of extinguishment was at play. So yes, it was a significant step forward, but there wasn't a lot of recognition. But it did set the stage then for the next consent determinations to follow, which were able to, with again a state not perhaps being quite so. Yes, the state were open to consenting to native title, but they would have fought the tenure issues all the way. Well, this extinguishment here, extinguishment there, all the way down the line. Whereas by the time we got to the Gunditjmara and then to the Gunai Kurnai, they're not. Perhaps I'm speculating a little bit here, Tim. Prepared to die in a ditch over each parcel, and be prepared to recognise that native title hasn't been extinguished over such swathes of country, and so you'll find in those 2 determinations greater areas of Crown land recognised than you do first with the Wotjobaluk Nations.
And is that part of the burden of being the first group? And what can we learn from that? I mean, I'm thinking about the treaty process in particular. Are there any reflections of what we can learn from that burden of being the first?
Well, one of the certainly under the Settlement Act, which I know we'll talk a bit about later, there's always been this policy with the state that even if you go first, if a group that follows is able to negotiate better terms for their settlement, there'll be a retrospective improvement of the terms of your initial settlement. So it's not there's no risk to the group for going first. I can't speak for what happened in the native title process to the extent that there was any sense that yes, if another group did better, there will be an opportunity to go back. And I believe that this is the treaty process is one forum for where groups such as the Yoorrook Order, for example. I mean, I do want to acknowledge that despite the outcome of the court case, the Yoorrook Order have never ceded their country, nor they're strong in the practice of their culture, despite the outcome of the case. Likewise with the Watchabilic nations, despite only the recognition of small parts of country of native title, they're strong on their country. So the treaty process is an opportunity, I believe, for dealing with the issues that, because they went first, they perhaps didn't benefit so well.
So returning back to the chronological story, a key legislative change that occurred following Victorian traditional owner demands for land justice was the introduction of the Traditional Owner Settlement Act. Could someone please tell us briefly about the background to the introduction of the Act?
This is around the time when I first started in 2010, following the work of the state government and the Traditional Owner Land Justice Group, which was a collection of Victorian traditional owners who came together to work with the state to develop the settlement framework. And that framework was the framework from which the Settlement Act itself was drawn, and it was very much set the scene then for all the suite of agreements that are available under the Settlement Act. And it was a recognition, it was a belief by both the state and I believe the traditional owners at the time that it's better to negotiate outcomes rather than to litigate outcomes. And from the state side, it was their view was if we are more generous in the benefits that are achievable under the Settlement Act and what's achievable under the Native Title Act, then groups perhaps won't pursue a native title claim, and therefore we don't have to go through the expensive process of litigation or the expensive process of land tenure to identify what parcels of land native title has been extinguished, nor do we have to put groups to the test about their continuity. So it's recognising the trauma of the Yoorrook Order case and going, we don't need to put groups. All we need to do is satisfied is we have the right people for country, and then if they can show that they're able to manage the benefits of an agreement, then we'll enter into an agreement with that group. So that's what I understand has been the premise for why. So in the States, the state had a business interest, a business case, so to speak, of it would be cheaper. The money spent on litigation, on land tenure, would be put towards settlement. That's how it was put to me. And then from the traditional owner's point of view, it would be you can get rights and interests, again, still very weak, but rights and interests over Crown land, irrespective of whether native title has been extinguished over that Crown land. So it has a broader purvey. And then there were these other agreements such as the joint management of national parks and also the financial elements, the so-called compensation payments that were available to groups through the Settlement Act that aren't available to groups through the native title process unless they pursue a separate compensation claim.
Can I just clarify, Tony, is Right People for Country still operating?
No, Commissioner, it's not. And I thank you for reminding me, because I did make a note to talk about that. So at the time of the Settlement Act package, there was a recognition that there were still going to be these disputes about who boundaries and about who is or who isn't within groups. So the state set up a Right People for Country program, which was to the Indigenous-led dispute resolution process where ideally Indigenous facilitators and non-Indigenous facilitators working together with groups on their instructions to find resolution of disputes. And once those disputes had been resolved, then you go back to the state and say, well, we're ready now. We've got our boundaries sorted. We've got our group composition issues sorted. We'll do a deal. That was sort of the promise of that program. And it delivered to a certain extent, but then it failed, I think, to deliver to the full reach that it was set out to achieve.
And I think the funding for that program, based on evidence before the Commission, ended in 2022, if I'm right, or around then. And what type of statutory rights and interests might be negotiated under the Traditional Owner Settlement Act?
So one of the cornerstones of the Traditional Owner Settlement Act are the conferral of traditional owner rights. And so they're akin or equivalent to native title rights, but where native title rights are rights that exist under traditional law and custom and recognised through the common law and the Native Title Act. But conferred rights are rights that are conferred by statute, by the Traditional Owner Settlement Act. So they're rights to hunt, camp, access land and that sort of thing. The big benefit under the Traditional Owner Settlement Act is that those rights apply to all Crown land in the settlement areas, whereas the native title rights will just apply to native title is recognised where it hasn't been extinguished. So that is a substantial benefit of that regime compared to the native title regime. Other rights that are recognised are the joint management of parks and reserves, and then funding for both joint management arrangements and for ranger programs and that kind of stuff. There's a recognition statement which is prepared by the traditional owner group. That's what it's called under the framework. And that recognition statement is a significant statement of recognition by the state of the group's traditional ownership. There's financial benefits, and then there's a range of other rights. So there's a local government strategy. There's ability to confer freehold land or ownership of freehold land to the group. There's
just to pause on that issue in terms of the granting of freehold title. I mean, that's the strongest form of title in Western law, at least. Has that occurred much under the Traditional Owner Settlement Act for traditional owner groups?
There's small areas of land have been passed over under that within that framework.
Often, Tim, some of the land that's offered for transfer is not land that's necessarily that useful, and then with ownership comes cost of maintaining the land. So yes, sometimes there has been good transfer, but other times what's on offer as well, you're only offering this because it wasn't useful to the state. So it's not always as good as what it can appear.
And since the passage of the Traditional Owner Settlement Act, there have only been 4 recognition and settlement agreements negotiated and finalised, and only 2 with groups that did not secure a native title determination. Would you describe that as appropriate or acceptable?
I would describe it as disappointing that there are not more settlements, because I think the promise was that it was going to lead to there's going to be more settlements and they'll be quicker than the native title process. But I think in the context of the difficulty of what we talked about before, groups coming together and resolving issues and disputes that have been very much a legacy of the dispossession, has made reaching agreement very difficult. And under the Settlement Act, there is no determinative arbitral decision-making process for when there is a dispute. So yes, we had the Right People for Country program that did its best to try and resolve disputes, but there was no ultimate point of, well, this dispute's gone on so long, we actually need to put it to rest. So that then allows groups who might be 99% there, but there's just for whatever different reason, some people saying I'm not happy with this, or I believe I should belong where you've said I don't, or I don't believe these other people should belong, or these boundaries aren't what I think they should be. It gets their stall, and the state is reluctant to reach an agreement with a group where there are still outstanding disputes. So that's really been the kind of the major issue with reaching settlement. And also there have been times where the groups have gone, well, you know what? This sounds all really good on paper. We're not entirely happy with this. We don't want to sign off full and final settlement. So no, we're not going to accept this outcome. So it's not entirely got to do with the disputes. It's also with groups saying, nah, this is not for us.
But it does seem to be a theme in both the native title context and the Traditional Owner Settlement Act context that the very consequences of the rapid and extensive colonisation in Victoria, leading to dispossession and disruption, is the very reason why, or the strong barrier to, land justice outcomes within the legal frameworks that exist. Just if you wanted to react to that comment.
You actually make that comment again, please, Tim.
Yeah, so that it seems to be a constant theme that that the intense nature of the dispossession and disruption to Victorian traditional owner societies is the barrier to achieving land justice under existing legal frameworks, when those existing legal frameworks are supposed to deliver land justice for the very groups that are the most heavily affected. There seems to be a tension there.
Great irony of the native title framework that the more dispossession you have, then the less availability there is of a remedy. So the worse the colonisation has been, the less able you are to have your rights recognised, and the less able you are to have some other kind of remedy like compensation. It's the reverse of many other areas of law where the more harm you've suffered, the greater the remedy is that you can get through the legal system. So yeah, it's the great irony of native title and sort of the great policy failing, going what I said right at the start of going back to 1993, and there was the anticipation that there'd be the social justice package that would sit beside the Native Title Act to address that.
And the more this goes on, I reflect on Council's question, particularly about native title being fit for purpose here in Victoria. And I want to give you the further opportunity to say if do you agree or disagree with that? I think I want to come back because we've heard further evidence and you've articulated very strong sentiments towards that, but then not really come out and said that. So
can I ask another question?
Let me finish answering that one first and then we can go. Yeah.
I think it's not fit for purpose.
Thank you.
My question is, given that it's 20 years of native title determinations, and we've had a very recent one just in the last year or so, are there differences between those early pinhead pieces and what has been achieved in the latest one? Are there other differences of substance?
Yeah, I think there has been, there is more willingness from the state to recognise
understand that, so that it's not fully completed, but that it is public knowledge that 80% of the claim went ahead. Yes.
Yeah, so if you compare, say, the Eastern Mar determination to which is the most recent one, to the Wotjobaluk Nation's determination in 2005, there's a lot more native title recognised in native title is recognised over a much larger area than was recognised in 2005, and you can see the progression of the policy settings of the state been more amenable over time to recognise native title. And going back to Yoorrook, the state was contesting it. In 2005, they were recognising it, but only over a very small area of land. And now it's progressed to where we are at the moment, and the state is more willing to recognise native title over a larger area of land and with a lower evidentiary threshold as well.
Did they contest that one that the chair was just talking about, the state? Yeah, no, the most recent one.
No, so that's been a consent determination, so
Okay.
it's a negotiated settlement under the Native Title Act.
I really just wanted to pick up on a point you said earlier about the Bringing Them Home report and how the taking of the children and just the removal of people off country and then you come to this act where you have to prove, that and you've just been removed and you can't find where you're from, or and you're put into missions to not practice your culture and your laws, and yet you have these laws and policies that don't even take that into account from the people that did this to you. And I struggle with that. Like I really, and I see the trauma that you spoke about, and particularly, and a lot of people spoke about Yoorrook here, and I'll use that as example, the pain and suffering from the people that actually made it through to the other end and the people that didn't make it through as well. So not only is the legacy of the state of pain and trauma, it continues to inflict that through this law. Would you agree? Yeah.
Yes, and as Raina pointed out, it is a great irony, but it's unjust that people are taken away, they're denied their culture, yet then they have to now prove that they've still got culture. Very bare rights that are available to them under the Native Title Act. That would be why there was this pursuit of a settlement act alternative, because it was offering more, but without having to go through the same. You still had to go through some rigor, but not the same sort of rigor around the connection to country. So I saw it as and I still do. I see it as a beneficial piece of legislation, but not without its problems. But it didn't ask people to demonstrate the continuous connection over the generations. All you had to do was just establish that you were those right people, the right people for that country, and then you could go through that process of negotiating.
Part of our mandate is to establish official public record and document the injustices. And today you've talked about the state playing an active role in the negative determination of the order. What are some of the actions? What are some of the things that you can articulate what they did during that, in the lead up to it?
Wanted to pick up on, and this is a partial answer to the question, is what the Human Rights Commission found in relation to the stolen generations was that the policies that led to children being removed were intentionally designed to, and this is the words they used, eliminate Indigenous cultures as distinct entities. And they found that the predominant aim of Indigenous child removals was the absorption or assimilation of the children into the wider non-Indigenous community, so that their unique cultural values and ethnic identities would disappear. And that was the finding of the Human Rights Commission at the time that the state was contesting the Yoorrook claim and saying that because there was that lack of continuity and because there was that loss of culture, we don't want to recognise that you have native title rights, and we don't want to recognise that you have a right to compensation. So I find it hard to reconcile those two positions.
Yeah, so the bringing them home report is one component too. Surely the state, or was the state, doing other things beyond the report and what we've heard in that bringing them home report. To pick up on your point about actively, what are the other activities that the state was doing to oppose the determination? To oppose the process that Yoorrook people were undertaking, and that doesn't have to just to be to yourself, but to anyone to articulate.
I mean, there would have been instructions to the barristers to cross-examine heavily the Aboriginal witnesses and to discredit their evidence.
Yep.
And then there was also, I guess, the preference of white records by squatters and I guess first colonisers over the oral tradition of the Yoorrook. So giving that more weight and focusing on that.
Anything further beyond that? Thanks for that. Is there anything else that people want to contribute?
The Yoorrook peoples, and I'm just going off the record of what's in the case. The Yoorrook people's position was that we are the Yoorrook people. That's how we identify, and this is our country. Whereas the state's position was, no, we don't recognise that. We've interrogated the historical record, and from the historical record, we conclude that you're not the Yoorrook people, that you're, these other groups of people that were recorded in Kerr and Robinson and other other white non-Indigenous people who were around at that time and who recorded information. And so if you're looking at it through a self-determination lens, the state was saying, not at that time, no, we're not going to recognise you in the way that you want to be recognised, but we prefer what was put in the historic record by these people who didn't have a lot of insight into what your culture was, but who happened to record it at the time.
But aren't Yoorrook a registered Aboriginal party now? So aren't those two positions contradictory?
Yes, because the native title claim was pursued before the Aboriginal Heritage Act was available and under a different government at the time, as a conservative government that contested the and then the Aboriginal Heritage Act was probably the first legislative instrument that came in after the change of approach from the state government, which said we need to adopt a better approach to recognition and rights.
And just for everyone's benefit, one of the first witnesses to give evidence before the commission was Uncle Cole Walker, who gave evidence in the Yoorrook trial and gave evidence before the commission about the intense cross-examination that he was put under and the credibility findings that were made about him by the court. So we have some evidence about those matters directly.
Great. Council, I just wanted to, I think I remember correctly, initially when those first native title determinations were made, was in the Heritage Act that they automatically became registered Aboriginal parties. I'm not sure, has that remained the case?
That's the case, Commissioner. Yes.
That was an automatic thing that flowed.
Yeah.
Just before leaving the Traditional Owner Settlement Act, so we have now 5 consent determinations in Victoria and 4 recognition and settlement agreements. A number of those overlap with the same groups of people. What responsibility, in your view, does the state bear for the lack of outcomes in terms of both under native title and the Traditional Owner Settlement Act?
I think there's a lot in unpacking the 200 years of colonisation, and when you're trying to give people the recognition that is their due, and the consequence of the colonisation is that there's disputes about group membership or boundaries. But they are really difficult issues. To deal with those issues sensitively in like a healing, informed, culturally appropriate way, it needs a lot of resource. And I'd suggest that there hasn't been the level of resource there that's required to deal with these issues in a culturally appropriate way. And the treaty framework, I am hopeful that does provide an opportunity to deal with some of that legacy of colonisation that needs to be dealt with, that does provide some scope for doing that beyond what has been provided over the last decade or more since the Traditional Owner Settlement Act came into, since it was enacted.
I just want to. I think that resource issue within the state is something that needs to be highlighted, because often I think there perhaps have been good intentions from the state about, coming back with offers or final offers or responding to offers from in negotiations, or making decisions about whether they recognise and are willing to consent to a native title. But then there's often long delays in getting a response, and I think I don't know what happens inside government, but I imagine that's got to do with adequate resourcing, and maybe at times will within certain departments about wanting to address, to deal with these issues. So it means that groups do get frustrated, because they might have responded to questions for more evidence to be provided, or issues to be resolved, and then it's sort of back in the state's hands, and the state takes a very long time to provide a response. So it does. So often sort of the air can then go out of the process. People starting to lose momentum, and you have to sort of regenerate that. All right, we've got a response from the state. Let's get everyone together again, and let's then reconsider what's on the table now. So I don't know exactly why that's the case, but it has been a factor.
And you're aware there was criticism yesterday by Uncle Graham Atkinson about First Nations Legal's commitment to the Traditional Owner Settlement Act processes. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that, as well as ask whether you've reflected on your own role as an organisation in terms of that history and the outcomes that have occurred or not occurred.
Yeah. So the criticism that perhaps we have turned away from the Settlement Act and sort of gone towards the Native Title Act, I don't accept that view. I believe that the work that we do is very much around supporting groups to get to a point where they can make a decision about what form of recognition they want to pursue, and subject to the evidence, then we would act on those instructions to pursue. And invariably, and even back when I was a lawyer working on matters in 2010, groups were saying, we want to pursue native title and we want to pursue settlement. We don't want one or the other. We want both. Some groups then, for reasons to do with evidence at the time and advice received, decided to withdraw their claims at the time when they were getting settlements. But other groups, and the groups today are very much saying they want to do both, and we've responded to to those instructions, and we support groups through the native title process. We're also in a situation where, because of the issues which we've canvassed somewhat around the disputes, and then when there's a lack of a decision-making body to resolve those disputes, the state would be reluctant to enter into a settlement agreement while there's an outstanding dispute. So there's also, if the group has a native title claim on foot at the same time as a Settlement Act process, the state is saying, well, let's deal with the native title first, and then we'll deal with settlement. So in some cases, the settlements have been put on hold while the native title process has been resolved. And that's not, from our perspective, any removing away from the use of the Settlement Act. If groups wish to pursue it, and in any negotiation, you have to have two parties. If the other party is willing to enter into negotiation, then we will certainly do that work. And we are doing that work.
In terms of the use of the native title process, you've mentioned the lack of a decision maker in that respect. So does the native title process give access to a decision maker through the court's own management processes and decision making by the court, or in some shape or form that then can act as a circuit breaker in terms of disputes?
There has been, in Victoria, we've noticed a trend to separate question hearings, where a judge, where there is a dispute, say, for example, if a claim has been lodged and then there are some Indigenous respondents who have joined and said, well, we dispute the extent of country for that claim, or some groups saying, well, we believe we belong to that claim, but you haven't included us. Through the referral to often referral to mediation through the judicial registrar, then there will be a process of trying to resolve those disputes. And then at times the judge will say, well, I'll have a hearing on that matter and call evidence, both Aboriginal evidence and also expert evidence about that matter, and then we'll make a determination. And the question of whether there is a connection to country and ultimately a native title outcome is still, that's not being questioned. It's just a question of, whose country is it, or who's in or out of the group is the matter that's being considered by the court. So there's a number of matters before the court at the moment where we are awaiting judgment on a number of separate questions.
Mr. Kelly,
Can we just clarify what you meant by Aboriginal evidence and then expert evidence?
Yeah, so when I say lay evidence is probably a better term to use.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Commissioner. Where there's the lay evidence given often by Aboriginal informants, and then there would be the researchers who have been engaged by the parties who are asked to give their evidence before the court.
Mr. Kelly, that process is not new, though, is it? Gunai Kurnai is another example where I decided the composition of the group first, and then there was a consent determination built on it. So it's sort of a quite traditional, if you like, practice of.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
Just a last question before we move on to reform, the potential for reform. You mentioned the fact of the capacity to renegotiate outcomes under the Traditional Owner Settlement Act, but the First Nations legal submission highlights that despite review clauses in the recognition and settlement agreements that allow for renegotiation within 5 to 10 years, there remains significant delay in those renegotiation processes. So, for example, the 2010 agreement with the Gunai Kurnai remains in renegotiation some 14 years later. What are the main causes for the delay?
As I understand it, the delays are often come down to the benefits, the community benefits that are available to groups as a result of the land use activity agreements, where the land use activity agreement is an alternative to the Future Acts regime, and where groups get rights when their rights on interest in Crown land has been impacted by activity on that Crown land. They might be entitled to some sort of payment, and often the offer that's there through the formula that's been developed through the Settlement Act is not acceptable to groups. So they're wanting it to increase the benefits payable. I also understand that the categorisation of the different activities and how they're categorised under that regime about is also a matter that's often in dispute. And then there's also disputes around the nature of the take and use of resources from Crown land, like access to flora and fauna, whether they, to the extent that they can, expand upon the rights that they believe they ought to be entitled to, and so some negotiation points around those issues are often cause delays.
Raina, did you want to add anything? Or
I think there's we hear a lot that the groups that have settlements have issues with implementation of the agreement. So it's not just the review; it's across the board. They say we've got, the agreement will look good on paper in this particular for this particular issue, but we really struggle with implementation. And so that I don't know how that happens, but there needs to be some kind of accounting and for that lack of implementation and a feedback loop so that issue can be dealt with, and that groups that have the benefit of these agreements can feel like they are being implemented and that they're getting the value out of the agreement that it promises. And so that is what they'd be raising in the 5-year reviews. But it's a big issue.
Heard that. We have heard that in evidence from groups. Sorry for interrupting you, but you just reiterated what we've heard out on country, I think.
Yeah. And the Minister said this morning for Environment that the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs through DPC now, it used to be Department of Justice, the Attorney General before, negotiate, and then it's handed over to DECA for implementation, but there's no transition plan or arrangements around how the negotiations are happening. It just gets lumped to a different department, and then they've got to find a way to interpret it. Not saying it's I'm just saying this is how it was articulated to us, and then alongside the evidence we've heard from community, there's clearly implementation barriers because there's no transitional arrangements in government around what's happening at the negotiation table.
I just contribute to that. I've got clients who have these LUAs, the land use activity agreements, and we're noticing multiple issues. So disputes with proponents, local government and government about classification of a notification. That's one issue. We've got another really significant issue that some of the local governments are not even lodging notifications. And so there's an audit process.
Sorry, what is a notification?
So when there are proposed activities...
You have new notification.
There you go.
So when there are proposed activities that touch on rights covered by a LUA, or a land use activity agreement, there's a requirement for the responsible person and decision maker to lodge a notification. And because there are so many local governments in Victoria, we're finding that some of these local governments are less sophisticated and aware of the law requirements than others. So and the real challenge is, and we're hearing that from multiple clients, is that either there are some very unrealistic classifications, and then the problem is under the Act, the only way to resolve those is to go to VCAT, which is obviously a costly and time-consuming process. But as I said, the second issue is, in terms of the implementation, is that many of these responsible people and decision makers of local council, as well as different departments of government, have very different approaches to their compliance. And that is, we're seeing many different types of non-compliance, which is problematic.
And who gets the final say in the implementation of these agreements?
So
Is it the traditional owners or is it government?
Well, each issue will be governed by the circumstances that give rise to it. So, for example, if you have a notification, then a traditional owner group who are the holders of the lure and signatories to the lure can then exercise their rights, and that includes taking the other party to VCAT. But then the problem is we're not hearing about these because they're not issuing the notifications. And we think it's hard to know because our clients and ourselves as their lawyers don't have full access to their databases to acknowledge how many of these activities there are to do a decent audit. And then there are other issues as well. And is it 5 yearly reviews are meant to capture a lot of this, but I think there's more work to be done in this space.
In the VCAT model as well, it's still the TOs then having to go through the white-collar legal system to get any positive determination, really.
And from memory, it's not funded. Yeah. I have to qualify that statement, but I'm not necessarily sure that those challenges are funded, but obviously I qualify my answer.
Am I right in thinking that prior to VCAT, there's a dispute resolution process that they can go through?
Yeah, that's an with the other party to resolve it, and that with a responsible and model, litigant being the government, that's occasionally works. So that's a positive, and we do have negotiations backwards and forwards to resolve a decent percentage of those. And it tends to be that you'll have a particular department with a particular view on an interpretation of and a lot of it is road widening and whether there are existing footprints or this is a new road that cause a lot of ongoing issues.
But if the state doesn't, so there's a lot of accountability put on the traditional owners around the implementation of the lures and the RSA, their roles and responsibilities. And there's issues for them when they don't adhere to those. Their funding gets cut and so forth. We can keep going on. But then when the government from their side doesn't meet the thresholds in the agreement from their point of view, it's sorry, hopefully we get better next year.
You raise an excellent point. I think the resourcing and some of these issues do come down to resourcing. We've heard from some of our clients that there's very limited funding for their lure teams, and certainly that we're not hearing funding for either audit type work or those disputes when there are disagreements. So yes.
Yeah. And it's a bit hard because this is, sorry, hang on one sec. It's the same department that they're asking for funding for, and in a lot of these instances, there's not many departments now. They're all mega departments, as we know, and yet the department doesn't adhere to its responsibilities, and it's just okay. There's no accountability mechanism at all. From the TOs writing and then hopefully going through VCAT, another court system.
I think you raise an excellent point.
Do you guys have any ideas and any thoughts around what could be done in those circumstances?
Resourcing is one of the responses, and arguably you could redraft, the Allure and RSA to give greater resolution mechanisms and earlier resolution mechanisms, and arguably, and this is I think touching on potentially what you were mentioning earlier about accountability, is penalties on the state for non-compliance. Now that's a controversial statement, I acknowledge that, but ultimately sometimes accountability does improve adherence and compliance, but that would be an interesting approach. I acknowledge that's a bit controversial, and that's coming from me personally.
So have you had any cases that have gone to VCAT?
Not personally. We have some clients who we support in some parts of the Lua who work with another barrister who takes their contested matters, and we've got another client who we're trying to be very pragmatic with the departments, and you also need to understand the challenge for our clients is maintaining the relationship with some of these proponents, and so sometimes we have to be very selective, or ultimately our clients are very selective how they deal with non-compliance, because there's always another classification and another dispute on the horizon, and creating adversarial environments can create really difficult environments to do ongoing business.
Have you got any impression of the way VCAT deals with these cases?
So beyond the scope of my experience, because I'm only new to the organisation and I haven't yet run a VCAT, sorry.
And just to follow up, my understanding, so there was an audit of the Dja Dja Wurrung Lua recently, which the Dja Dja Wurrung negotiated, some might say demanded, that the government do based on some of the problems that have been highlighted. And one of the other issues, if I'm correct, Will, that the audit found was a concerning lack of education by the state to third parties and local government with obligations under the Lua. So some of the lack of compliance was down to simply not knowing about the existence of the Lua, and that the state had essentially dropped the ball on educating people about their obligations. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, and it also raises a really interesting spectre in the Victorian context of planning law having so much responsibility on local governments to approve projects. So we see a lot of new developments through the LUAs, and it appears that the local council will be primarily dealing with the developer proponent at an early stage, and so yeah, I think there's absolutely that may well explain some of the non-compliance and the lack of notifications coming through, and we're certainly anecdotally hearing that. So yes.
So turning then to native title reform, the second part of your submission explains why UNDRIP is relevant to land rights and land justice in Victoria. Just in brief summary, can someone please explain the relevance of UNDRIP to land justice?
So UNDRIP is an international declaration that was put together over, I think, about 30 years in negotiation with Indigenous people and states from across the world, and it is an articulation of existing principles of international law as they apply to Indigenous people, and I think it's particularly useful in the Australian context and looking at native title because really it's very simple, and that the principles that are set out in UNDRIP are very simple principles, and they are that Indigenous people have a right to their traditional lands, that they have a right to control or a measure of control over those lands. If someone takes those lands away, then they have a right to be given the land back. And if the land can't be given back, then they have a right to compensation. That is kind of the essence of it. And when you look at the Native Title Act and the whole complicated structure that has the whole complicated legal structure that's been built around native title, it really obscures those kind of simple truths and those simple principles. And when you look at UNDRIP and you compare it to native title and the body of native title case law, there's a stark difference, and and the simplicity of it, I think, really cuts through. And so then when you look at what's happened in Victoria, you say, well, it's quite simple. Indigenous people have a right to their traditional lands. They always have. Those lands have been taken away, so they should be given back. If they can't be given back, then there should be compensation. But, you know, we can sort of drill down a bit, but I think that, to me, it's quite simple, and I think UNDRIP is a very useful articulation of what the relevant international legal principles are, and that they do apply to Victoria.
And I want to explore the UNDRIP's concept of redress in greater detail. But just first on that issue of native title compensation, or compensation in terms of native title law, what is the current state of the law regarding native title compensation? And be careful, because one of the people in this room is intimately aware of the jurisprudence.
Acknowledging I'm in very distinguished company, I'll endeavour to do my best to summarise. But before I do, I'd just like to direct everyone's attention to Article 28 of UNDRIP, which...
And I can put that up, actually. Just, sorry, Will, to interrupt you, but that's on page 21 of the submission, or at least a summary of the principles in Article 28.
And it very much follows on from what Raina's comments were about that in determining reparations for loss of ownership and control of traditional lands according to an UNDRIP standard, at first instance, reparations are in the form of restitution. To the extent restitution is not possible, that reparations to be in the form of just, fair, equitable compensation, including the granting of land equal in quality, size and legal status, and reparations to be adopted to be decided in light of what is appropriate to effectively restore the wrong suffered according to the perceptions of First Nations themselves. Now, obviously, in Australia, it has long been recognised that financial reparations are not always an available, adequate or appropriate remedy for the loss of ownership and control of land by Aboriginal people, but we'll discuss in further detail some of the reports and recommendations from those earlier reports. And if I could now move to your earlier question of the High Court's consideration of compensation for the loss of native title rights of the Native Title Act in the case of Northern Territory and Griffith, aka often referred to as the Timber Creek case. Obviously, this is significant because it's the leading and I may be corrected, the only judicial consideration of how compensation is to be calculated under the Native Title Act. But before we go into the details of the Timber Creek case, it should firstly be noticed that the rationale for the compensation under the Native Title Act is designed to compensate for the loss of native title property rights, whereas reparation under treaty should consider broader issues of collective loss of social, economic, political, cultural and spiritual values as a result of historic assimilation policies, forced removals and discrimination. So just to make that distinguishment that the Timber Creek case refers to the Native Title Act in Section 51 and the court's interpretation of how that should be applied. Now, also, it's useful to acknowledge that the Native Title Act was enacted by the Commonwealth in response to the High Court decision in Mabo and Queensland number 2. It is based on the principle that where native title rights persist, it is discriminatory under the Racial Discrimination Act to treat these rights differently to other forms of property right. It was the potential for discrimination at law that the High Court said that gave rise to the need for legal recognition and protection of native title. And as a result of this and the history of Victoria's colonial history, with both squatting dating back to the 1830s and the founding of the colony in 1851. Victoria has a large proportion of its landmass which is subject to freehold title or other acts that have extinguished native title prior to 1975. And accordingly, much of Victoria's landmass is not eligible for compensation under Section 51 of the Native Title Act. Now, moving to the specifics of the Timber Creek case, the High Court in the Northern Territory in Griffiths, Timber Creek, was asked to calculate compensation for the loss of non-exclusive native title rights. And the calculation for compensation was really divided under three heads. The first head was that of economic loss, and the High Court looked to the value of the land. So there was evidence from land valuation, and ultimately held that largely on the basis that it was non-exclusive native title, that an appropriate value was 50% of the value of that land. Interestingly, the court adopted a valuation test called the Spencer test, which is to ask what is the sum would a willing but not anxious purchaser would have been prepared to pay to a willing but not anxious vendor, and that's just a principle under valuation law. The second head is also of note, it's the non-economic or cultural loss. And the High Court didn't interfere with the judge at first instance's decision or valuation at 1.3 million, which is approximately double the value of the unimproved capital value of the land. It should be noted that the evidence established in the case of Timber Creek involved cultural loss that included construction of water tanks, which crossed dingo dreamings, the loss and impairment of the group to conduct ceremonies on those sites, and thirdly, a profound sense of failed responsibility to care for land as a result. And ultimately, the test comes down to, in terms of determining the quantum, what is the amount which society would rightly regard as an appropriate award for that loss? Now, the third head is an interest payment on the economic loss. And in this instance, it was found that simple interest was granted on and calculated on that economic loss being the first head. I understand that compound interest was not pleaded, and the court acknowledged that it would accept submissions in future cases about compound interest where there was evidence where groups had potentially intended to invest. So, as I said, there are some interesting observations about Timber Creek, and we acknowledge that this is a relatively novel area of jurisprudence, and that there will be further cases and ultimately consideration of aspects of that decision, and also the facts of Timber Creek involved land around a regional urban centre. It wasn't on farmland, it wasn't on mining land, and so that we're expecting the growth of jurisprudence in this particular area. So that's as succinct a summary as I'm able, and I'm sure others can provide more.
I want to highlight one particular thing that you mentioned. So the current state of the law is that prior to 1975 and the introduction of the Racial Discrimination Act, states had power to extinguish native title without compensation. So that has a huge impact on Victorian traditional owner capacity to seek compensation under the Native Title Act, doesn't it?
That's correct. So I don't have the figures on me in terms of the the amount of land where there's prior extinguishment, but I would imagine it would be a very reasonably large percentage.
And I won't go in detail into it because there will be other witnesses that will be questioned about the first principles review, but the first principles review was conducted by the Federation of Victorian Traditional Owner Corporations and the state in response to the decision of Timber Creek and at the behest of the Federation. A key recommendation of the Federation that was not joined by the state was recommendation 2, which states that calculation of compensation should not be limited to acts that occurred post 1975. And that recommendation is now up on the screen. Does First Nations Legal agree with that recommendation? And if so, why?
Yes, we do agree with it. And the reason why is because it's just such an injustice that extinguishment that happened. To me, it's arbitrary. It's 1975. Yes, it's linked with the Racial Discrimination Act, but it's the land was still, native title was extinguished prior to that, ought to be compensated for, regardless of whether there was a piece of legislation that says it's compensation is payable or not through the racial discrimination. It's just a matter of justice.
Are there any compensation claims on foot under the Native Title Act in Victoria?
Yeah, I just add to what he said that it's also it's legally inappropriate when you look at what the state of the law is as articulated in UNDRIP, that the date of 1975 is from perspective of UNDRIP is that's wholly arbitrary. So it's unjust, but it's also not defendable legally when looked at through the lens of international law as articulated in UNDRIP.
I'm about to turn to then UNDRIP and its framework. Chair, I do note the time and I've been a little longer than I anticipated. I've probably got another 15 or so minutes. Would you like to take a break or would you like to push through? Yeah.
Keep going. Thank you.
So then turning to UNDRIP's framework, the submission highlights that, and Raina, I think you've given it about this, that it's important to draw a distinction between the Article 28 of UNDRIP and the concept of redress that it talks about compared to compensation in the native title context. So compensation, the submission states compensation in the native title context is compensation for something very specific in terms of loss of native title rights and interests. But it also is limited in nature of what the compensation is. It's pretty much financial, rather than what UNDRIP talks about, which is broader concepts of restitution, which involves the land in question back, and if not possible, other forms of restitution in other land, non-economic compensation, as well as monetary or economic compensation. There are a number of comparative models of economic compensation. First, I just want to focus on in an addendum to the submission, which sets out some international models that might be of relevance to redress in Victoria. Will, I'm just interested if you wanted to summarise what First Nations Legal found about the approach in particular in some Canadian treaties about the issue of economic redress.
There's some really interesting international examples that we'd like to point to, and very quickly I'd also direct you to our recommendation 8, which is that there needs to be further work in analysing in doing cross-jurisdictional analysis. We've only attempted to do some examples. In terms, and if I could direct the Commission's attention to the METI settlement, there's some very interesting provisions in that, which include requirements for agreement making in energy and resources. So an example is, so if I just capture it, so there's multiple ways to approach compensation, and it's acknowledged that every jurisdiction will have different fiscal constraints, but there are some creative ways around it. And so if we look at the METI settlement, it talks about, it creates a co-management agreement which governs settlements in relation to mining and resources, and it requires or it gives traditional owners the right to negotiate with an oil and gas company development with or gives rights to negotiate, which is significant. Further, those rights include the rights to negotiate equity participation of up to 25% in any development with the successful bidder on a mineral lease, which is a novel and potentially noteworthy right. It also provides specific opportunities for 100% owned METI settlement corporations to secure direct purchase of mineral leases outside of the public offering processes, which are encouraging traditional owner entities to be able to engage in business, and also the rights for corporations to bid on public offering mineral leases. So there are multiple ways this can be done, and would certainly direct people's attention to to some of the treaty making provisions in multiple jurisdictions.
Even though it was in the context of a native title compensation settlement, there's an interesting model in the settlement agreement of the Jawohl peoples in Western Australia with the Western Australian government under an Indigenous land use agreement. Can you just briefly take us through some of the features of that settlement agreement?
Yeah, thanks for your question. I think it really points to the need for some creative approaches to reparations and the granting of rights. And so the Jawohl process, we understand, involved multiple parties and the state, and it took place over a number of years. In terms of some of the key provisions, there were the granting of water licenses and also joint management, the creation of joint vesting and joint management of conservation estates, the transfer of lands, and the ongoing support with making additional applications for funding. So really practical assistance in helping the Jawohl access their rights and participate in different areas, and the creation of working groups to support Jawohl businesses and economic opportunities. And we're seeing a lot of these developments in Canadian examples as well. So, and I think I'd just very quickly touch on the importance of land grants. We talked about it earlier, and I think there needs to be some caution about which land and the value of that land. There's some really good examples in New Zealand where valuable Crown land with existing assets can be granted and then leased back to traditional owner groups. And the advantage of that is traditional owner groups are getting a valuable asset that's maintained by the state and is and is generating an income stream from a tenant who's looking after that. And so, yeah, I think the examples of native title can be highly illustrative. Likewise, some treaty settlements under the Waitangi Tribunal in New Zealand can be very illustrative of the variety of ways that both economic reparations can be incorporated and also meaningful benefits as well.
Just finally on economic models of compensation, I commend to the Commissioners attachment 3 of the addendum on economic compensation, which summarises the Jawa Liliwa. And in terms of the money that was received as compensation, there was a significant one-off cash payment, which was the negotiated settlement sum for the loss of native title rights of just under $19 million. But then there were additional amounts provided, sometimes in instalments for a research and development fund, an economic empowerment fund, a implementation fund, so money to actually implement the agreement that was negotiated with the state, as well as funding for a socio-economic baseline study to inform economic development for the Jawa people. So even when it comes to a raw figure, there are multiple ways that you can negotiate that income to serve different purposes, to build a sustainability for the agreement. Would I be right in saying that?
Yes, certainly. And one thing you touch on there, Tim, is the analysis of the efficacy of these agreements. Now, I think there's some value in the treaty process looking to some research done internationally about the economic and social benefits of treaty making. Just acknowledge that this was not included in our original submission, but it's come to our light that there's some economic analysis of treaty making in Canada delivered by Deloitte, and in that it was a 2016 report which has been published. So I'm trying to locate the title. The document is called the Socioeconomic Benefits of Treaty Making in British Columbia, and it was published in 2016. And it's interesting because it looks at both the financial and economic benefits of modern treaty making for both First Nations people, but also British Columbians and Canadians. So it looks at some of the budgetary impacts of that. Now, like any economic modelling study, it will be limited by the data available. But what the conclusion that came from that was that some of the initial modelling analysis had been done by the British Columbia Treaty Commission itself, and that it engaged Deloitte to review that data. And as part of that review, Deloitte concluded that the updated models, because there were 5 separate reports produced by the British Columbia Treaty Commission, and the conclusion was the updated model showed that there are economic benefits to both First Nations and net economic benefits to British Columbians for settling treaties. Now, obviously, this is a relatively novel area for everyone in terms of analysis, but some preliminary areas for potential exploration are obviously looking at some of the employment benefits of supporting traditional owner corporations through a treaty process, and also potentially setting some targets for agreement making, as has been done in the Medi Settlement Act, and then making assumptions about how those benefits might impact and improve a whole range of social determinants, and then potentially modelling the benefits to the state of long-term budgetary savings to improvements in the wealth and well-being of First Nations people.
And just a final example I want to go to is the Tahui deed of settlement. That's in the second addendum on non-economic reparations, commencing on page 20 and going on to page 21. So just for the operator, that was the final document. Yes, so we've got it up there, and there's a number of matters negotiated, both economic and non-economic. So $170 million New Zealand of financial and commercial redress, but also a national parkland being vested with legal identity and protected under standalone legislation. That the iwi have the opportunity to purchase 5 Crown-owned properties within a particular period, that they've got an exclusive right of first refusal over Crown-owned properties, that there's a vesting of full ownership of 7 sites of significance. There's various recognition statements made, place names altered. So it highlights, this type of agreement highlights the full plethora of potential redress that might be negotiated between First Nations and the state. Is that right?
That's correct. And I think it also reflects the really thorough negotiation process. And I think when you look at a settlement agreement like this under the tribunal, it's clearly holistic and comprehensive, as you've illustrated, but it's reflective of communication and negotiation of a significant period of time. And I think in terms of observation and reflection, that high quality engagement with traditional owners over a period of time, and for that time to explore multiple avenues for redress will come up with better options. And so part of our recommendations, as we've already illustrated, is the need to do further cross-jurisdictional research to bring that to the table so everyone can share in those benefits, but also to identify the need for patience and high quality engagement with participants so that various avenues can be explored. Because if we look at this particular settlement agreement, it covers obviously monetary compensation, but also there are some really significant commercial advantages of these purchases of state assets that can be rented back as an income stream to the traditional owners, but also really significant involvement in government processes. And it seems as though the creation of the national park and also legislation to accompany that is not joint management as we understand it, but the creation of new jurisdiction. We see that far more in Canada, where there are far more progressive and advanced self-determination rights given in reservations to First Nations groups to not only do management of land, conservation management, but also justice management, housing, and a whole range of rights that we often associate with local government and even many state government functions. And I think that's the advantage of further research and exploration of the other jurisdictions to identify the potential, because we have seen the Canadian examples and the New Zealand examples have developed some or delivered some really high quality self-determination functions.
So my final question to each of you is to ask what the aspirations of First Nations legal are for the treaty process, but also what your own individual aspirations are for the treaty process.
First Nations aspirations, and my personal one, would be that all these issues that we've discussed today, the issue of compensation, only, been from 75 onwards, question of having to prove who you are, against the odds, is no longer, is dealt with through the treaty process, that groups can go beyond the restrictions that the statutory regimes have imposed on them. So that's a huge aspiration for treaty. And that's on a macro level. On a micro level, an aspiration would be that groups, as they negotiate treaties who have yet to have a native title determination, find ways to align their process under the treaty with that under the Native Title Act, so that we don't end up with one group defined one way pursuing native title over a piece of country, but a group defined slightly differently pursuing treaty, that there is alignment of the processes, recognising that they are different jurisdictions. But certainly we would see that would lead to further trauma, further conflict, and slow both processes down. So we're committed to working with the treaty institutions and traditional owners and the court to find ways to ensure that the processes are aligned to the extent that they can be. On a personal level, I'm looking forward to be able to hold up my head high as a non-Indigenous Australian and say that I'm proud to be a part of this country that recognises fully the First Nations inhabitants, that respects their cultures, and that I feel I'm a beneficiary of the sharing of that culture and knowledge. And I also look to see that other jurisdictions in Australia cannot be so frightened of what treaty has to offer, that one day perhaps at their inquiries there'll be people giving examples of what's happened in Victoria and how the sky's the limit, and you don't have to be frightened of it. There's benefits to be gained for everybody.
I see in the next little while that groups on their formal recognition journeys in Victoria, so that the groups that don't yet have native title, or don't yet have a settlement under the Settlement Act, will progress through a process that allows them to get that recognition. I think that can happen quite quickly if it's properly resourced, and I think the treaty framework provides that. That resource, the resourcing is there in the framework for that work to be done, and I think it can be done, and it can be done fairly quickly. I think there needs to be a process of exactly what this process is, a process of truth telling and accounting for what has happened in the past, a discussion around compensation, reparation, and not a shying away from that conversation, but everyone coming together and talking about it, talking what's happened and how can we provide compensation for it. I would see structures put in place for self-determination, for groups to be self-determining, to have control where they can of their own business. And that would involve a devolution of power from existing arms of government, so state government and local government, in particular areas that are relevant to First Nations. And then I'd see I'd want to see groups resourced sufficiently so that they can realise their aspirations, whether that's in business or the arts, or whether it's just getting back onto country, but having the sufficient resources in order to do the things that they want to do. And I would imagine that if that is able to happen, then we'll see a flourishing of those groups, and it will have substantial benefit to the state of Victoria and everyone in it.
Will?
I'd like to see the process leading to far greater economic empowerment of Aboriginal groups to have meaningful benefit sharing of many projects. I think there's some creative ways if we look to how things are done in Canada in terms of reforms to tendering and licensing of mining and resourcing and energy projects to better include First Nations people. I think flowing on from sharing those benefits, I think there's far greater opportunities for everyone to pursue greater self-determination for First Nations groups and for the state to support that, because I think without funding and support, it can sometimes be difficult for groups to take advantage of economic opportunities without that support. And also there's many opportunities in areas that will be discussed through this process. So we welcome that. In terms of, I think another thing I would welcome is that everyone is here and listening, and that there'll be many perspectives on things. And I think I'm grateful to be part of this. And also I think the fact that the process exists means that this dialogue is happening, and there's hopefully some really useful discussion, and that people are listening and sharing to hopefully progress treaty aspirations of First Nations people.
Thank you all. Those were my questions. Commissioners?
I just have one, which brings us right down from the stars that we've just been at. But recommendation 3 is directed to, this is the recommendations that you suggest on page 24. It's a recommendation which goes to a practical measure to improve the native title process, and it advocates for the use of the referee process in the federal court, which I don't think is much used at the moment. But you cite a case of Singleton. I just wondered who constituted the panel in Singleton, because you advocate for this as being a culturally appropriate way of progressing native title claims, and you suggest that under that rule, the referees could include, for instance, elders or Aboriginal people of high standing. Was that used in Singleton?
I can't remember who was on the panel in Singleton, but I seem to remember it was an anthropologist, but I might be wrong. But what we're grappling with there is that the treaty authority under the treaty framework has the authority and responsibility to resolve disputes between parties that are engaging in treaty negotiations, and it has the it's given the power to do that in a culturally appropriate way and in a healing informed way, and to develop its own structures to do that. But we see there's a danger there if there's a disconnect, if there's a decoupling of the native title process and the treaty process, that if you have the treaty authority doing a culturally appropriate, healing informed, self-determining way of resolving disputes, and they come up with arrive at an outcome, but then you've got a parallel process that's progressing in the federal court, which is a native title process, and if they come to different results, then you've got a really big you've got a problem with you've got a traumatic situation for the people involved. And so the referee process was a way that we saw of the different entities working together, so that if there is communication and collaboration between the treaty entities and the court, and the parties to the dispute, that the parties could submit to a process that's set up by the treaty authority that the court is also happy with, and then you'd have an alignment of the two processes. And so
yeah, well, that explanation is not in the submission, and it makes for a much fuller explanation, because of course, as things stand, well, as of 5 years ago, the court had a process which was, although ultimately overseen by registrars, but it was very much devoted to self-determination, because it sat the parties down and said, will you work it out, with facilitation of registrars. And I wondered why you thought that there was some point in a departure, because this process had been talked about for decades within the court and was never used. But I think what you told me now explains why in this environment it might be a different situation. Yep, thank you.
Just in relation to the Right People per Country program, we skipped over that quite quick, but I just wanted to ask, through that program, how many traditional owners were able to work through the process to receive a recognition, even just under the Heritage Act?
I don't have the numbers there for you, Commissioner. I know that I'm aware of one particular boundary negotiation that happened under that program that led to a resolution of group. So that's certainly one significant outcome I'm aware of. I'm also aware of where the program was used more to bring groups, families within an already existing group that had recognition, who had fractured over certain issues, back together so that they could find a way to communicate with each other to strengthen their capacity as a native title holding group to significant effect. So that, actually, I'm aware of that happening on 2 occasions. So in terms of boundary disputes or group disputes, I'm only aware of one. It might be more, but in terms of building capacity within groups, then to manage to govern their interests better, there's a couple.
When was the last time a RAP was appointed in Victoria?
I think it's the first people in the Middle Valley up in Mildura. Let's say 5, 6 years ago, potentially. Yeah.
Yes, it's been a long time since people have been able to go through that process. Some of it being self-determination and not choosing to go through the process, but also still it's a very long time.
Yeah.
And I got one other thing. We understand that you have a difficult job as the effective rep body for Victoria and the work that you do. But do you have anything to say to TOs watching today that have been hurt by the systems that you are administering, or have been felt like they have been left behind in the process?
We've certainly heard that message, and we certainly is something that we're very mindful of, that the process of native title does result in people not happy with outcomes, and sometimes they see to us as the native title service provider as being responsible for that. To address that, 18 months ago, we commissioned a strategic review into our organisation, and to look at that question of what really, and one way of putting it is, what is our social licence to operate in Victoria, given there's all these changes, and given that more or less we've been operating much the same way for 2 decades, and we needed to have a good hard look at whether that was the appropriate way to operate. And so we did that review, and in that review, opportunities were provided to groups who've been formally recognised and groups who haven't been formally recognised. Other stakeholders, the Assembly were given the opportunity to participate in that review. And one of the outcomes, or all the recommendations of the review we've implemented, and a particular outcome which I think is relevant to this question is trying to de-centre ourselves from the dispute. So in the past, I mentioned this right at the beginning of this hearing, that one of the changes we've made is rather than always being a representative for a group, we will step back from that and where possible provide resources for a third party lawyer to provide the representation to the group. And in doing that, we're also saying that if any parties, any groups who are going through the process of formal recognition and there are still disputes, we will, to the extent we can, make available our research materials that have been collected over many years, so that the relevant parties to the disputes can have that material to resolve their disputes. And also we've also got we've got a database of people who we've worked with over many years, so to make those resources available so that people can self-determine their outcome, and rather than relying on us to do all that work. We've also set up a process where groups are coming to seek funding from us, rather than me as the CEO, as being the sole decision maker on that. We've created a subcommittee of the board with an independent expert, nothing to do with Victoria, on that panel, to be able to provide some guidance around decision making about which groups will get the support. And also working to the extent we can with our funding body, National Indigenous Australians Agency, to ensure that there's more money in the system for Victoria, so that, because it's more expensive when you bring in third party lawyers, it costs more than having the in-house capacity here. So working with them to say, if you can bring the money in, there's 6 claims on foot at the moment. There's likely to be more in the forthcoming future. Some of those claims we represent the parties, some of those we don't. But even in where we don't represent, working with different parties to those claims, and also NIAA, the Commonwealth, to ensure that funds are provided to all the groups so that they can resolve their disputes and their issues and have their recognition through that process. So moving to a more facilitative brokerage role rather than a direct representation model to the extent that we can.
Last question.
Sorry, I can.
Yeah, you go. No, go. That's good. Thank you.
It's a really important question for us as an organisation, and there's many things that we could say. I feel like we could have spent the whole time, talking about how we as an organisation engage in this space. And I can give some very personal reflections, and some sort of more general.
That was the sentiment of the question. Yeah.
So for my journey in native title has been working as a native title lawyer, working closely with groups originally in the Pilbara, and through that process, through that work, having the relationships with the people, saw a lot of trauma in people's lives. A lot of people that I know very well passed away. Been a lot of all of the stuff that happens in Aboriginal communities. Then for me, in my career, there's a big kind of turning point in the middle of my 18 years, which was when my wife passed away, just after we'd had our second child. So I was widowed, and that experience really changed the way that I thought about the work that I'd been doing with my clients, and really changed the way that I saw those traumatic experiences. And the best way that I can explain it is that my engagement with the trauma went from my head to my body. Like I felt the trauma, like not in any way to say that I could understand what someone who has complex trauma, intergenerational effects of trauma, is experiencing, but my personal experience of it was, now I'm feeling it in my body. And for a while I thought, I want to get out of native title. It's too hard. We cop a lot of abuse. It's a difficult space to work in, and I thought maybe I'm too kind of broken now to be in this space. But then it was the healing and the thinking about trauma and healing that brought me back into the space and also brought me to First Nations legal, because there's a board with a strong commitment to healing and a strong commitment from the staff to healing. And so that was kind of my way back into the work, and it's something that that I spend a lot of time thinking about in the work, and that we spend a lot of time as an organisation talking about, because stuff comes up every day where we have to address. It's a difficult space to be working in. And so to people that are listening to this conversation now, I'd be saying that, your voice is really important. We want to hear what you're saying. We want to hear what you think that we've done wrong. We want to engage in conversation. And through that conversation, maybe we can do things better. Or maybe we can give you some comfort, maybe not, but let's have the conversation. And part of the intention behind our review was to reach out and say, we've got some independent people here to go out and talk to everybody, talk to our critics, talk to our proponents, talk to the people that like our work, talk to the people that don't like our work, and come back with a report. And that's the report that we got back. And so then we've got recommendations to, for example, be more neutral in the disputes that take a more neutral stance in the disputes that occur between the families that we're working with or the groups that we're working with. And so now we're trying to implement the recommendations of that review, but also wanting to keep that door open for people to come and talk to us and want to commend this kind of space. The truth-telling space is just so important, and so important for people to have their say and have their say about us as an organisation in the space, and have their say about native title, have their say about the settlement process, and have their say about treaty.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I hate to end on this note, but I'll just tender some documents quickly before we finish. But I thank the panel for their reflections deeply. So I'll tender 16 documents associated with the minister's evidence given this morning, noting that the statement has already been, the minister's statement has been tendered. So I'll tender those documents, and then I'll also tender 3 documents associated with the evidence from our panel this afternoon, which is the submission to Yoorrook from First Nations Legal and Research Services, and the 2 addendum to that submission.
Records, thank you. So I declare that we're adjourned for today, and we'll recommence tomorrow morning.
And I thank the panel particularly because it's an area of my special interest, and I think your submission and your contributions today have been extremely thoughtful and creative, and I think will help us considerably in this area.
Thank you.
Echoing the same sentiments.
Very good session, very deep session. Thank you.
Yep.